First of all, I'd like to apologize for the delay that we've had due to technical issues. Anyway, welcome to WordCamp Bengaluru 2023. I am your host for today. I am Sogra, and let's get started. So basically, let's talk about WordCamp, right? It is our first... Can we reduce the echo, please? How about now? Echo. Can you put down the echo? How about now? Oh no, we can't hear it. Now? Thank you so much for the feedback. All right. So this is our first ever WordCamp in the heart of Silicon Valley in Bangalore. So we are happy to have all of you on board. And whether you're a software engineer, whether you're a content creator or whatsoever, we promise you that this is going to be an explorative experience for all of you. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our speaker for today, Mr. Ajay Arvind. Can you hear an applause? Okay. So this is a story about an IT engineer who actually hated coding, but here we are because he chose WordPress as an ally, and he has influenced many communities with the work that he's done until today. He's the co-founder and CEO of Midday, a WordPress specialist agency, and also he's the managing director at Sprintsty. So can we give it up for him once more? So WordPress has influenced his life in many ways, and we're here to hear a little bit of his journey from him. So over to you, sir.
Good morning. Can anyone hear me? So basically telling 15 years of life in 15 minutes is something impossible. So I'm not going through everything which I had faced, but just giving few glimpses of where I started and how the community had influenced me. So it all started actually in 2007. 2007-8 time. I was an engineering first year student. At that time I hated coding. So everybody who's lazy, they hate coding. Coding definitely needs some work. So why I choose WordPress, when I come to WordPress, was WordPress, we don't want to code. We can easily build a website without coding, even at that time. So that way I came to WordPress, built few websites. It was pretty much easy. But in 1 year tenure, gradually I understood that if I'm learning coding, I can do better with WordPress. So for WordPress, I have been learning the coding part. Just what we could say is, it's all like an amateur stuff. Starting a few websites, building few themes, building few plugins. But without coding, what we can do is already we can use templates. With coding, we can create our own. That was the difference I had faced in 2007-8 period. All this was just a start. After started coding in WordPress, few years, I've been spending using WordPress as a hobby. So my first professional website, WordPress website, came to me just because someone had already started a website in WordPress. Some other person, that person was supposed to be here. He's part of all the WordPress communities in India, I think. He started the first WordPress website, was not able to complete it for some reason. And that is the first professional website I had done in WordPress. This happens in the period of 2007-9. So that's where all it started. Still, for a few years, it was just a hobby. So after a long time, around in 2014, what happened was, there was a few forums, just like WordPress community. Who all know about WordPress community forums, the WordPress.org forums here? So apart from WordPress.org forums, there are a lot of other forums in WordPress community where we can support other developers or other WordPress users. So I like that one. There's another forum, that is WP Meetup. Have you heard of WP Meetup? I think WP Meetup members are here. So I was a bit active in WP Meetup forums. Through that forum, we were helping few clients, and suddenly someone came to us asking that, okay, can you do this for me? So then only we understood, okay, right now we are doing this hobby. At that time, we were mostly into Android app systems. So we are not happy with that what we are doing. But when we come to a WordPress project, it made us happy. So that moment in 2013 last and 2014 starting, we decided to start a WordPress agency. Because someone in WordPress community asked us for help and he was ready to pay for it. So, okay, we know Android app development, we know other stuff. So we thought, okay, just start a digital agency, let's go for it. But from the journey 2014 to 2022, later in 2016 around, we understood that what we do best is on WordPress, not on other projects. So we started focusing only on WordPress, and Mitney, my company, had become a WordPress only agency. So there are a lot of things happened in between 2014 and 2022, which I'll be coming to in next slides. And in 2022, we started yet another agency, which is also focusing on WordPress, but more into WordPress products. That is Sprint. So in between this time, 2014 to 2022, my life was completely influenced by the WordPress community. Here the title was actually my 15 years life story, but I would say it would be better to say what happened in between that 7 years or 8 years to my life from the community, what I understood from the community, which actually shaped my life as well as my business. So the community, what I learned in last 15 years from the community is actually this stuff. Basically, everyone in WordPress community is respected. Whether you are in 15 hours into a WordPress community or 15 years in WordPress community, in WordPress community, everyone is treated equal. There's nothing like, okay, you are a senior person, you are a junior person, nothing like that. Or there is no separation between developers, publishers, or content writers, anyone else. Anyone who is active in WordPress community is getting a respect, which I haven't seen in any other community in the world. Other things are like inspirations, connections, support, and togetherness. In this inspiration and connection, okay, you can see it in every community. If you check around you, there are a lot of achievers. Sometimes you haven't met yet the people around you. You haven't networked yet sometimes. Sometimes you know the people. In this audience itself, I can see a lot of achievers who have done the world's best work with WordPress. There are plugin developers, plugin support team members. Yesterday, in the event, I had met a person who was handling 300 plus support tickets alone in a day. So that was a record in my knowledge. I haven't seen a person who was handling that. And the knowledge shared by him, how we handle it, it was something new for us. Not just for me, but other members who are around us. So this way, we get to connect to other people from the community. We get to know more things. And the people who are achieving, they are inspiring us. And when we say about achievements, we also see failures. But in WordPress community, I had seen one good thing. The failures, what happens, they are always stepping stones. Even now, as I said, achievers, I can see the achievers here who had a good failure, including me. I had done a product which was, I would say, a failure, and now we are actually rebuilding another product. So that way, the community is teaching us, even if you fail, you can succeed in it. Don't give up, go again. And the community is actually supporting us for that as well. Apart from these things, mostly community, when we say about community, those who all know about community, you will be thinking about the contributions. Contribution to the core, contribution to the plugin, contribution to the support through forums. It's not just about that. It's not just about the props or badges. I have seen a lot of people who think, okay, I need this badge, I need a speaker badge, I need a contributor badge, I need a translator badge. But there are a lot of members in community which I have seen, they are not just about badges or contributing to the code, contributing a photo, not like that. They simply help others in a meaningful way. Because up to that moment we had very little work we are doing from India, but with that one project, we got connections to pan-Indian companies and NGOs and everything. People were, without any marketing, people were reaching out to us for business. But more than business part, we understood that, okay, this is actually helping him also. Because that way his name was not bad. He handed it over to a good team and the client was happy about that person. So that was also one knowledge, that never undertake a project which you can complete, and if you are in a situation that you can't go ahead, hand over to someone who can do it. So in last 2 weeks, I could say I had done the same thing. There was one project which was actually coming to us, but I was not able to complete that. My team was not able to take it up. One thing what we did, we didn't delay it. Okay, if you delay it for next 60 days, we can do that. But instead of delaying that, I called it, a fellow community member and I just passed it to that member. And today I happily know that they are actually proceeding with the project. So this is one good thing which I had learned from the community. There are lot things like this which we learn from the community and which we can help to others as well. If you can teach, for example, here you have a lot of people who don't know WordPress. Every WordCamp, every WordPress meetup, we get to see people, new people who just know WordPress as a blogging platform or easy to create website tool, something like that. They don't know more about WordPress, what can be done in WordPress. If you can enhance their knowledge on WordPress in any way, that's a contribution to the community. That's community all about. So the influence of community for me is actually together we gain, the message together we gain. The WordPress community, unlike any other community which I had seen, we stand together for everything. If you share, if you're getting a business, or if you're, for example, if you're a publisher, you are creating a website, you don't know the tech how, actually you can partner with a person, a developer from the community itself. And if you're partnering with them, it's not like, okay, it's not a complete business. It's more like together you are creating a new entity. And also, if you have any problems, or if you're using a tool, if you're facing any problem in that specific tool, you easily get support from the community members. We have other scenarios where leading WordPress plugins. How many of you heard about Blog Vault? Have you heard about WP Remote, the sponsor of today's event? Okay, so I met the founder of WP Remote few years back with just an email saying that, okay, I am a community member from WordPress Code. So I'm trying to build a new thing, new service. I don't know how to do that. I need some help. So we met for a coffee. We talked few hours. Within 1 or 2 hours, instead of giving a 15 days trial or 30 days trial, he just told me, I'm giving you a free account, you try with it. If the solution works for you, you take your time. If the solution works for you, that's good. So that was the first time someone doing a good business who is the top in the world, in his business, in the WP Remote business, they are top in the world, one of the top in the world. They're giving everything for free. They're guiding us how to utilize it to build our product. This was one good thing. And whenever we had a problem, if the support team's response was, support time was not enough, if we reach out to the founder, he immediately responds to us. That's not one entity. You had heard about WP AMP, right? WordPress AMP plugin. It's also from India. So their team is also similar like that. We get a delayed support a bit, but we need faster support. We reached out to the community, and they had their own community in Telegram. So there, when we reach out to the founders or any core team members, they give us support. Immediately they give us support. They give us roadmaps. They give us any help how to go forward. So we also do business with other entities who are not in WordPress community. But this level of support they are giving us, how they are working together with us, it's not happening. Yesterday I heard a story from one of the team members here. He left a WordPress agency to start, it's a product company, a WordPress product company, to start his own product. So his previous company founders are giving certain codes which they had already used to this person to integrate in his plugin. They don't have any investment, they don't have any role in his new tool, but they are ready to help him with whatever they know. This kind of support is not seen anywhere else. So this is how together we grow. And one other thing here is my first experience from the forums. When we shared the knowledge, okay, we were giving it for free. So everyone will be saying, okay, why you are giving it for free? But what happened was, we shared everything we know for 6 months, I could say. Automatically, persons in that forum, other people in the forum, they need more help, personalized help, they were ready to pay for it. So the knowledge what we have on the specific tools, the worth was initially zero. Even if we tried to sell it, if we could say, okay, we can sell it for 100 rupees per se. But when we shared it for a lot of people, the worth actually increased. We don't want to price it, actually the people priced it. That way, when we share our knowledge, the worth of what we know is actually increasing. So also is one lesson which community had taught me. And another thing is, whenever you face a problem, this is not from the tech part or business part, it's from the community part. When organizing meetups, organizing WordCamps, or any other events and all. One thing what I could say is, whenever you have a problem, WordPress community always does have a solution. My fellow community members, I'm from WordPress Kerala community, we have multiple meetup groups there. All the meetup groups actually unite for every WordCamp there. If the WordCamp is happening in Kochi, the meetup team members from Kozhikode, Trivandrum, Palakkad, everyone will be there. They'll be part, if they are volunteers, sponsors, in whatever role they are, even if they don't have any role, they're ready to help. And I had seen in one of the last WordCamps we had, other WordCamp members from Pan India, they are coming there, they are not volunteers. Same thing, they are not volunteers, they are not organizers. After registering, taking the ticket, registering, they are coming to us and asking, how can we help you? Where you need people, where you need our help. So that one question itself changes everything. If we have a problem there, we have people to solve. Any issue, anything, we have a solution. That's one thing WordPress community had taught me. And from all these things, all this what WordPress had taught me in the last 15 years, this is how my life has also shaped. Not just in WordPress community. I truly believe in sharing what I know. And also, I understand that when I share, my worth is increasing. And we actually partner with everyone. We focus on one thing only. And whatever we do, we try to do it for the best. And we partner with others who are doing other things. This was actually a thought from the community itself. Ultimately, all these things lead to happiness. Personally, I could say, when I am around my WordPress community members, even now here, my community members are here, and even Bengaluru team members are there in Kerala, Nagpur, Pune, everyone is coming to Kerala. So when we meet or when we do any event, anything with WordPress community, ultimately what I gain is happiness. If we have other communities, okay, after business, that's over. After one event, that is over. It's not like that. In WordPress community, it's always, the end game for us is happiness. And I am sure that everyone is looking for happiness in life. So community had taught me how to be happy. That's my 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay, for sharing your journey with us. And with this, we come to an end of 15 years of life as a WordPress enthusiast. And Sima has been a WordPress enthusiast across Kerala communities, has been an active participant, an enthusiast when it comes to volunteering, and also co-organizer for multiple events across WordCamps. So thank you for your time, sir. I hope this was an influential session. Now, moving on to our next speaker, Amrita will take over the stage. Check. Check. Check.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Amrita and I will be the MC for this session. I hope I'm audible to everybody. The next session is about how to grow traffic to your WordPress website organically. Ms. Shreya Bhardwaj will be our speaker. Ms. Shreya is a senior product marketing manager for Bluehost. She plays a key role in driving growth for the brand. She's very passionate about WordPress and loves learning from the WordPress community. Today she will largely be talking about formulating SEO strategies that will help small businesses and the framework to prioritize keywords and topics. Over to you, ma'am. Please give her a round of applause.
Hi everyone. I'm so happy to be speaking here today at WordCamp, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. The topic of my presentation is how to grow traffic to your website organically. And we'll be talking a lot about SEO or search engine optimization, because SEO is the process of growing organic traffic to your website. And all the businesses here would really benefit from it, because SEO is a scalable channel to grow traffic. And also the web pros here would benefit from this, because if you are planning to start offering SEO services to your customers, I think this would be a very good, very helpful presentation for you. So let's dive in. What you can expect to learn from this presentation is firstly the difference between SEO and SEM, how SEO has evolved over the years, the key pillars of SEO, the traps that people fall into while thinking of SEO-centric content strategy, and then we'll discuss a framework that would help you create a result of search engine optimization that we'll be talking about today. So let's look at some more differences between SEO and SEM. So the customers that you acquire via SEO are usually acquired at low cost, because the only money that you spend here is on getting people on board to write content for you, or if you have to pay agency fees to an SEO agency. Whereas on the other hand, for SEM, you have to pay for the campaigns as well. If you want more traffic or more leads, you have to scale your spends accordingly. When we talk about the returns, SEO gives you compounding returns over a long term. So as you write more and more content, you gain authority over a topic, and that helps you rank for more number of topics and keywords. Whereas for SEM, the returns diminish over a period of time, because if you keep targeting the same set of keywords and as you go on acquiring more customers, your cost eventually increases, and that leads to diminishing returns. In terms of effort, SEO is effort intensive. You have to write a lot of content, you have to invest time. And SEM usually gives you immediate results, and it's relatively low effort. And SEO gives you results in the medium to long term. So although it's high in terms of effort, but for any business who's just starting up, you should definitely focus on SEO, because it's a very scalable channel, and it is a low cost channel definitely. So let's understand more about SEO. So quick question to the audience. How many of you go past the first page of Google search results page? See, very few of you, right? So according to a study done by Backlink Co, where they analyzed 4 million search results, they found that only 0.63% of the users went to the second page of Google search results page. Surprising? Not surprising, I think. And the chances are that whenever users don't find what they're looking for on the first page, they change the query instead of going to the second page of Google search results page. So let's understand what are search engines trying to do. What is Google's objective, or any other search engine for that matter, but I'll be referring to Google a lot because it's the most popular search engine. So the search engines try to scan all the content that's available on Google, and then Google tries to understand the search intent of the user. There are multiple types of search intent that Google categorizes them in, and then Google tries to present the user with very relevant search results. Now let's look at how SEO has evolved over the years. So what Google does is that it comes up with algorithm updates which signals to the website owners that these are the ranking factors that Google really values. So in 2011, Google came up with the Panda update where it penalized poor quality content or duplicate content as well. In 2012, they rolled out another update called the Penguin update where they penalized poor quality backlinks. So Google said that if the backlinks are not relevant to the content piece, or it's not coming from a credible source, then it's a poor quality backlink and Google would penalize that. Then in 2013, there was another update called the Hummingbird update where Google clarified that it will start penalizing keyword stuffing. So until then, a lot of website owners used to create a content piece with lots of keywords stuffed in it for the keyword that they wanted to rank for. So Google said that if your content lacks quality, if it's not exhaustive, if it's not helping the... Is it good now? Okay. So on the Hummingbird update, so Google said that if the content is not well written, it's not optimized for the end user, then Google will penalize that. In 2015, there was a RankBrain update rolled out where Google used its own machine learning algorithm to present users with the relevant search results using multiple or a combination of ranking signals. In 2021, again, a page experience update was rolled out where Google prioritized interactivity and visual stability of a website because, according to Google, if the user is not having a good first experience with the website, then chances are that the user might not come back. So first experience is very, very important. Now, let's look at the 4 key pillars of SEO. First one is the content pillar of SEO, and in today's presentation we'll deep dive into the content pillar of SEO because this is where people have a lot of questions like what topics should they be writing on, or how should they create a short-term versus a long-term content strategy, etc. The second pillar is the technical pillar, third one is on-site optimization, and the fourth one is off-page authority building. First one, so Google says that you should write content on topics that you have expertise in. It should be trustworthy, it should be credible, it should be exhaustive, it should cover all aspects of the topic, it should be rich in terms of content. The second pillar is the technical pillar of SEO where Google focuses on speed, indexability, it should be the crawlability and mobile friendliness. On-site optimization includes optimizing different parts of the website, so page title, URL slugs, meta description, etc., etc. And off-page authority building includes good quality backlinks, reputation management, which is getting good reviews from third-party websites to signal Google that you're offering something very valuable. Third one is local search, you can optimize that using Google My Business. And the fourth one is having a good social media presence. Now let's look at the traps that people fall into while thinking about SEO. So people usually go with 2 extreme strategies, and that is what I've mentioned here. So either they select very low volume keywords because it'll be easier to rank, but they don't understand is that they'll get very low impact from that. And on the other hand, some website owners end up selecting high volume keywords which are very competitive, and if you rank for them, you'll get high business impact, but the thing is, if you don't have authority, it'll take you forever to rank for those keywords. So we need to find a balance between these two. And now we'll look at a framework that will help us understand how to create a short-term versus a long-term content strategy. And this is the key mantra here. Let's spend 5 seconds here. A successful SEO-centric content strategy is built around topics and not keywords. Topics and not keywords. Because whenever we think about SEO, first thing that comes in our minds is like optimize for keywords. And we'll see how this will work out. So we'll look at a 4-step framework. First, assuming that you have a good understanding of your target addressable market or your target audience, you have to identify all the topics relevant to your addressable market, and then you have to connect them to your business. And then determine the authority you have for all those topics. And for the topics that you want to rank for, but you have low authority in, you need to prioritize adjacent topics that would help you get to the master topic. We'll understand each of these in detail. And the 4th one is, after having done all of this, we'll create our content strategy. So first one is identifying topics relevant to your addressable market. So once you've listed down all the broad themes, you connect all the themes to your business, because those topics should in some way be related to your business. Then do a simple Google search. Put all those topics on Google search and see what websites come up. And then, using a simple tool like Moz or Ahrefs, you could see how much traffic do these websites get, and then you would get an understanding of where they stand for, what subtopics do they rank for, etc. Now, determine the topics that you have authority in. So, using Google Search Console, put your website URL and see what are the top keywords for which your website ranks on Google, and how many clicks and impressions do you get for those topics. Then combine similar keywords and form broad topics. Now, all the topics that you listed in step 1, just against all the topics, just mark the topical authority as high, medium, and low after doing this exercise. And then we'll look at a template that will help us understand our priority levels for those topics. So each topic should be divided into subtopics, and each subtopic should be divided into various keywords. Now, if for a topic, the authority you have is low, and the keyword volume is also low, then you should just ignore that segment, because you will not get any impact from it anyway, and it will take you forever to rank as well because you have low authority. If your topical authority is high and the keyword volume is low, those should be your short-term priorities, because of high authority you can rank easily, and low keyword volume gives you less competition and easier to rank. If your topical authority is high and keyword volume is also high, then those topics should be your medium-term priorities. And then, if the topical authority is low and the keyword volume is high, then those topics should be your long-term priority, because of low topical authority, you will take time to rank for those topics. Now, put all the topics in these 4 quadrants, and you'll understand your short-term, medium-term, and long-term priorities. Now, for the topics that you have low authority in, you should prioritize adjacent topics, because those adjacent topics will help you get to the master topic. So let's take an example. If you want to rank for best gym in Noida, but you don't sell gym wear or gym shoes or gym supplements, but because these are relevant to your target audience, you should write for them on these topics, because these will further help you rank for a topic that's more competitive, and that is best gym in Noida. This is a hypothetical example. This is in no way based on search volumes, etc. And after having done all of this, you should put all the topics in this template, and this will help you create your content plan. Now, all the topics should be divided into 2 buckets, existing content and new content. You should never underestimate the power of existing content, because you can just tweak things around. You could modify a few paragraphs or lines, and that will make it work for you even better. So just divide all the topics in these segments and you will have your content plan ready. Now, we've spoken a lot about content, but let's talk about the future of SEO and content in light of ChatGPT and all the AI copywriting tools that have come up. So nobody knows what's going to happen in the future, but my 2 cents are that because all the copywriters would now be taking help of these AI tools, and for the same query, they will get similar results. So there'll be a lot of competition because 3 copywriters who are searching for the same topic will get similar results. So Google will have a hard time ranking or finding the best one out of those. So we'll have to go one notch up and differentiate ourselves from other copywriters. So we'll have to raise the bar of content. So these AI copywriting tools, although they're making our job easier, but they will also need us to raise the quality of our content to be able to differentiate ourselves with other copywriters and the similar content pieces. And in the end, let's look at some tools that will help you with SEO success. So tools like Moz, Ahrefs, SEMrush, and SimilarWeb will help you understand your competitor as well, their traffic, etc. Google Search Console and Google Analytics help you understand your own traffic trends. Yoast usually helps you with on-site optimization that we spoke about, like updating meta description, page title, URL slugs, etc. And Page Speed Insights usually helps you with technical SEO, understanding your core web vital scores for different metrics, etc. So this was it. I hope you all learned something from this session. And do reach out to me. I'll be there on the Bluehost booth. So I'll be happy to address any questions that you may have. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Shreya. I'm sure we all have a deeper understanding on how to successfully increase traffic and create better opportunities for our website. She is also, she has been working with Bluehost since 2020, and she is very excited about what the future holds for both WordPress and Bluehost. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, everyone. I will now hand it over to Ankita. No, I'm not. A heart. Can anyone hear me? Yeah. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. A hearty welcome to all of you to WordCamp 2023 and to CMR University Lakeside Campus. So this session is about nurturing cold leads, and the speaker I have with me today is Mr. Pramod sir.
Mr. Pramod sir has been on a mission to empower people with digital skills, and today he will be sharing various strategies to nurture the cold leads. Sir is a digital automation coach and consultant with 20 plus years of experience in training domain. So now, sir, I request you to come and please.
Good morning, everybody. So my topic is how to nurture cold leads. So I'm very happy that I'm here in the forum to talk about the nurturing the cold leads. So one of the challenges we all face is getting the leads. So whether it is in a coaching business or in a sales business, the main challenge is to getting the leads. So once we get the leads, the second challenge is how to nurture the leads and how to convert the leads. So coming to the topic, so what is a lead? Basically, a lead is nothing but inquiry or a client. So for any of the businesses, whether you are into retail sales or you are into coaching or you are running institution like this, so for every business, the lead or the inquiry is very, very important. So understand how to generate leads. So as the speaker before me was speaking about like search engine optimization. So we can generate leads organically as well by running the paid campaigns. So in various options we can get the leads. So sorry. So what I do and how I generate leads for my coaching business is the one through organic method, that is through SEO and other aspect, and the second through the paid campaigns. As the Shreya was sharing that when you write a content, rather than focusing on the keywords, focus on the topic. So two of my articles, the blog content which I published in 2020 are ranking number 1 in Google now. If you search something like scope of online education, the first article is mine. So through that, what is happening, I am getting at least close to 2000 visits to my website every month. So out of 2000 visits, definitely at least if you consider 10%, so 10% people are contacting me through my website. So getting the leads or generating the leads is one challenge for many of us. The second challenge is how to nurture the leads and how to convert the leads. So you can run or you can get the leads by running the paid campaign also. So we can run paid campaigns on social media, you can run paid campaigns on Google Ads, YouTube and LinkedIn and so many platforms. So why many of us fail to convert a lead into a sale, including me? So in this book, Brian Tracy says that the main 3 reasons why many of us fail. The first reason is fail to follow up, and second, he says fail to nurture the cold leads, and third, a fear of rejection. So when we try to sell something, we always have a fear that what if the person doesn't buy my services, or if the person doesn't buy my product. So because of that fear, many times we will not get into the sales at all. So I follow. So I have seen in my case personally, now this is July, the people who inquired in the month of Jan, they are taking my services now. People who have taken inquired in May, they are taking now. They are taking services now. Some people take action immediately. Some people need some time because the trust is important, especially in the online space. The trust is important because the other person don't know me at all. So even here, all of you sitting here don't know about me. If I try to sell something to you, you may not buy in the beginning. But over a period, gradually, when you come to know about me, when you start trusting me, then definitely you will buy my services or products. So then fail to nurture the leads. So how to nurture cold leads? One, by sharing quality content related to your niche. As the first speaker, Ajay, was saying that most of the time we as a coaches or trainers or even for any brand for that matter, we have to share something for free. So when you share something for free, what happens? People will join in a big number. For example, I do webinars every Tuesday for almost last 18 months or so. So when I started my webinar, hardly 1 or 2 people used to come, but now I see at least minimum 30 to 40 people every Tuesday. So because of that, I was able to generate close to 4,000 email subscribers. That is very small number in 18 months. But whatever I have done, it is through organic, not by running any paid ads or paid campaigns. So when you run paid campaigns and paid ads, definitely you will get more leads. So how you, by sharing content, and you can create a WhatsApp community. As you all know, 97% of the people spend their time on WhatsApp and Facebook groups and email automation. So my main thing here is email automation. So I have 2 courses. One is called 17 days 17 tools email course, and another one I have 30 days course, 30 days email course. So both are free. Both I have created as lead magnets. So when people sign up for this 17 days course, so what happens? The very first day they will get a welcome email, and in the next 17 days they get one email where I talk about a particular tool. So 17 days, 17 tools, and the last email is about thank you email. So in total, when a person signs up, he get 19 emails. So if they sign up for 30, sorry, can I have one? It's working. So when people sign up for 30 days, then what happens? They will get 32 emails. So over a period, when they see my email every day into the inbox, the trust building will start. So email automation is one of the best thing to nurture your cold leads. This is what I have learned in last 2 years or so. So my name is Pramod. I am a certified counseling psychologist turned digital automation coach and entrepreneur. You can reach me at this number. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for walking us through how to make use of personalization to get in touch with the core leads, communicate, persuade, and follow up with them. Pramod sir also helps solo business owners, professionals, and coaches to simplify the digital and automation strategies. He also runs 3 computer coaching institutes and has trained more than 5,000 plus people in the span of 20 years and has conducted over 100 offline and online workshops. Thank you, sir. Next, I'm going to hand over to Pooja, who's going to take the next session.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pooja, and I will be the host for this lightning session. Intellectual property refers to legal rights guaranteed to the creators or owners of original works, such as inventions, literary and artistic works, symbols, names, images, and designs. Using intellectual property in content marketing provides a range of advantages, and content creators should carefully evaluate the advantages and disadvantages to maximize the value and impact of their marketing efforts. We have Jalwan sir. He is an intellectual property professional with expertise in patent, trademark, copyright, and corporate laws. He's passionate about protecting intellectual property assets and assisting organizations to integrate the IP strategy for their business development. Can we have a round of applause for him as he...
Good morning, all. Good morning. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and good morning, all ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jalwat, and I am an IP attorney. So my job is to protect IP rights. Basically, I want to protect their business rights of any organization, both in India as well as other countries. So we also working with the goal of creating a lot of innovations or inventions from India. Within 2030, we want to put India in a first place in terms of invention. So that is also one goal we are looking. And today the topic is about, today the topic is about how the IP is helping the organizations to extract value in the digital world. Otherwise, how the companies are utilizing the IP to get more value in the digital world. So due to the time restrictions, I am not going deep inside the technical details of IP, but rather we see some practical examples, how organizations are using it. We will see the latest case laws and scenarios in the digital world, how they are utilizing it, how they are protecting it, how they are using it to add value. So those kind of things we are going to see today. So basically, as an introduction, IP is for a business, IP is classified into two. So one thing is like it's an IP consuming business or IP generating business. Most of the startups in India, are so they will start with the IP consuming, later they will just try to generate the IP also. So here we are going to see how the IP is used by the organization to reduce the risk to add value to their business and to reduce the cost. Okay. So to deal with IP, the IPs are classified into 7 big segments, starting from patent, trademark, copyrights, geographical indications, and few more. But if I'm just taking an organization as a whole, the organization has to protect all the IP segments. For example, if I'm just taking the phone as a company used to manufacture a phone, so their functionality is protected by the patents, their roadmap or their designs are protected by the trade secrets, their name and logo are protected by trademarks, so designs are protected by the Design Act. So there are multiple categories. But here we are going to see how the organizations are classifying the IP or customizing the IP for their benefits. So this is the typical ideal scenario, how they integrated this IP asset as well as the normal asset. But this is not going to be same for all the industries. It varies industry. So based on this particular audience, I have taken 2 different industries, like one is the product based company, tech based company, and the second one is the software development company. So if I'm just taking the tech based company, so human capital is really good. Along with that, they need to mainly concentrate on patent, trademark or copyright in the digital environment. So if you have a website, you need to be properly protected your trademarks, or if you have any kind of functionality, new functionality, it has to be protected by the patents. And along with that, you need to have your other distributed assets as well, like it's a sales team or marketing team. So this is the way how they have integrated this IP asset with their normal assets. Second one is a pure software based company. So in that software based company, patent doesn't won't play a major role, but at the same time they have the greater impact in the trademarks or the copyrights. So if you are just generating a website for your client, you have to properly protect their trademarks or the images, video, audio, whatever the contents you are putting, it has to be properly protected. Only then it will add value to your clients. Okay. So this is a typical example of how software company has to protect their IP assets. So as a software company, based on the audience, like we need to mainly focus on trademark and copyright. So I'll just show you the practical examples, how companies use their trademark or patent to add value. See, for example, if you have a domain name, that domain name has to be protected by the trademark. The SLD second level domain name has to be protected by the trademark. Only then you can protect your organization from the competitors. For example, if you have xyz.com, some of your competitors can create the same name with different TLD, top level domain. So you cannot go and buy all your domains. So instead you can protect your SLD with a proper trademark. And India, we have a different set of arrangements in India as well as international. So India, if you have any competitors who are trying to use your domain name with a different extension, you can send them the legal notice saying that it is protected by the trademark law of India, so that the organization itself will ramp down their website. Similarly, we have meta tags. It's a very, very famous case law. So what they did was, British Airlines started using the trademark of Lufthansa in their meta tags. And in court of law, the judgment has been announced as a trademark infringement. So we are not supposed to use any of the competitor trademarks in our meta tags. Similarly, keyword advertisement in India. So we have a famous case law with BharatMatrimony.com versus Kalyan Jewellers. It happened in Delhi High Court. And the case was Kalyan Jewellers started using matrimony in their keyword advertisement. And court gave the judgment saying that matrimony is a common word and you are not supposed to take any trademark protection for a common name. So this is what the trademark is playing a vital role in the digital environment. So trademark is a very good activity, it's a very good value which is very good which is going to add value to your business. So it has to be properly protected, only then it will add value to your business. Okay. Second, this is also a famous case law which is happening recently in India. So the Swiss military is an Indian brand, and the Swiss government is the another. It's a government organization of Swiss country. So in India, Indian trademark registry granted trademark for the Swiss military brand, but the Swiss government filed a case in Delhi High Court, and they cancelled their trademark for the Swiss military apparels. So whenever you are selecting a trademark, you need to be sure that it is not infringing the existing brand or any government organization. It has to be a unique word. Only then it will give you proper protections for your organization. And this is a recent case law which is filed by Republic TV on June 2023. It's a 100 crore infringement case, and this is also a famous case saying that the Republic TV claiming that RTV logo is very much similar, RTV trademark is very their trademark, and because of that they are not allowing RTV to use this particular logo. So these are the basic trademarks when it comes, basic issues when it comes to the digital world. So whenever you are selecting a trademark or any kind of IP rights, you need to be really sure, you need to discuss with your IP attorneys to make sure it is not infringing the other rights. Next we are going to see copyright. This is also a major criteria in the website development or any kind of software development companies. So most of the images, whatever you are putting in your website, has to be protected by the copyright. At least it should not violate the copyrights protected by the other organizations. Like we have hyperlinks. You are not supposed to access the websites which has the pirated videos or unauthorized videos. Similarly, spidering. This is again an important case law between Ryanair and PR Aviations. So they just using this spidering, they just populated all the copyrighted images of PR Aviation. So that is amounted to the copyright infringement. Again, even in the website development, you need to have a proper agreement with your client. So what are the copyrights which are owned by your organization or your client organization? How they are going to protect it, who is going to take the ownership, what kind of warranty you are going to give to your clients, or what kind of indemnity you are going to give it to your clients. So those has to be properly documented to protect your rights in the business world. So these are the main importance of copyright. And patents. So this is a basic, it's a very good example. Like this is the status of 2022 from Huawei. So they are almost getting 500 million US dollars by licensing their patent, or whenever they are selling the 5G or 4G, this is the royalty they are getting from others by licensing their patent. So as a software company, these three are the main things, like patent, trademark, copyright. So you have to, whenever you are utilizing the other patents or other IP rights, you need to make sure that you are getting a proper license. Or whenever you are generating your own IP, it has to be properly protected. Similarly, it has to be enforced. Only then you will have a better business presence in the digital world. And this is what you are going to see. So whenever you have an IP, it has to be properly maintained. You just create an inventory, keep an inventory of what are the IP rights you are generating, whether it has any infringement or not, whether it has properly protected by the concerned authorities. If it is infringement, what is the status of the infringement? What is the value? So with that you can formulate the strategy for your business. Like the way I just shown in the previous slide. Depends upon your organization, depends upon the IP you are generating. You can just formulate the strategy that will definitely add a value to your business. So it's all about today. And if you have any questions, I'll be here till 4 p.m. You can reach me and you can get further details. Thank you.
With 20 years of experience in the field, he has worked with various clients, including investors, entrepreneurs, startups, and established corporations nationally and internationally. He has a great vision of seeing India in the first position in terms of inventions before 2023 and requests everyone to support and join this invention. India 2023 mission. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable words. Further, I'll be passing it on to Ankita.
Our next session, it's on the topic website handing over process, and it's going to be delegated by Mr. Riaz UC. This session will answer some important questions such as what is website handing over, why would anyone want to hand over a website, why is it important to do so, what are the elements to be considered during the process, and when and how to hand over. Sir, I request you to come on stage and please give us your invaluable insights.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, that's my brand. Brand name is RAI, R-A-I. Sound is RAI Tech. All right? Okay, so what symbolizes? The first star connected to A, which is Raihana. Second are connected to E, Reshma. Third are connected to I, which is Riaz. All right. Color, I can go into it because lack of time, let me not get into that. So that is the brand I use to get the visibility. So what is the subject today? We all design website. Yes, no? It could be an informative website. It could be an LMS website. It could be an e-commerce website. And there are multiple ways to do that. We always like to take a turnkey project. That means all. It could be resources, it could be design, it could be maintenance, and it could be even promotional as well. Okay, but other than corporate, many of us do not have a habit of documentation. When client approaches and they say these are the specs they required, and we design the website. Okay, website can be any complexity. Now, why this is important here is, let me give you the background of what I do that. Because I focus on the cost-conscious segment, which many agencies don't want to touch upon because of various reasons. One is it is too much of irritating. They have an ambition of iPhone, but they have a budget of Android. Correct? So in that scenario, agency don't want to waste their time. So somebody has to cater to that particular segment. That is where I am focusing on. So what happens is, those kind of clients, I don't give them a full turnkey project. I give them the module by module. For example, you want to save money, so you buy the resources and you renew the resources. What are the resources? Domain, hosting, plugin, etc. Then comes the second part is the design, main design part, correct? Then comes AMC. Then comes, what do you call it as? Promotional activity. It could be an organic or inorganic. So what I tell them is, since you are worried about too much of cost conscious, you get me the resources or I'll help you to get the resources. I will focus only on the design, especially if it is an informative site. If it is an LMS or e-commerce or any complex dynamic site, definitely we will give an AMC as an optional. So in this scenario, what happens is once you complete your site and you hand it over, after that you don't want any trouble because you are hardly getting a peanut for your design, correct? So you don't want any more trouble. So what do? You make sure that all relevant credential you hand over to them. Make sure that what were the specs given and how much you are able to complete it and what is the stage. So that is where this comes into picture, okay? Now the question already is why it's so important, what are the items to be considered while writing this particular document, okay? How do we prepare this document, all right? Checklist to be prepared before handing over to them. Many of us don't do that, all right? When to hand over this document, very important, all right? Then what are the opportunities by doing this particular process? All right, let's look into one by one. Okay, so first one is make sure that these basic things you comply it first, especially make sure that your site has at least an SSL. Now you get letters and script which is open source. All right, make sure that many of the site you don't see even favicon. All right. Next is, some of the site even don't work on the mobile properly. They must have done it only on laptop version, and mobile it may not work in the proper way, correct? Maybe padding, maybe, okay. Then spell check. You may say, why spell check? They are supposed to give us the content, right? Why? But you cannot escape from there. You are supposed to do a proofreading, all right? You can't say, this is not my work, so you are supposed to do the proofreading. Similarly in the grammar as well, all right? Now, make sure that you name all the images and alt text, and many of the time you must have used so many plugins, okay, or whichever plugin which is not used, whichever images which is not used, make sure that I cleaned it up and hand it over. Okay, how many of you have seen some website wherein you will see a lot of junk content coming, right? Which is, we call it as lorem ipsum, right? Why it is coming? Because you buy template and you try to just modify the template and you forget some of the items. So make sure that if at all if you are using the template, make sure that all unused item, clear it off. All right? By the way, I don't use any template. I do the custom design block by block. So I don't have that issue at all. Now, some of the permalink may not be working, maybe a broken link. Okay? So make sure that all the permalinks working properly. All the links, internal links within the page, external page, links are working properly or not. And do a thorough audit, self-audit, rather than customer coming telling, oh, that is not working, this is not working. Make sure that you do the audit check properly before even handing over. Now, make sure that nowadays people don't have patience, right? If your site is loading fast or not. Okay? Now, some more, because I didn't have space. Is it compatible with all the browsers and gadget or not? Okay? Then, have you given sufficient padding and margin all around or not for both laptop version as well as the mobile version and tab version or not? Okay? What happens is many of us do, we'll just create it for laptop, thinking that it's automatically optimized. No, we need to manually do little more adjustment. So making sure that it goes on a seamless animations. Now comes to color contrast ratio. So you must have seen so many sites with a dark background, dark text, that means readability take at all. Or white background, light text, correct? So what is the thumb rule? Dark background, the contrast ratio, opposite color, right? Dark text. Dark background, light text. Make sure that your color theme is working properly or not. Agreed? Now you can have your footer credit in case client allows you, all right? All the policies like terms and condition, all those policies, you make sure that you comply it. So if they have a social media, make sure that social media link is working. You must have seen many places, social media, if you click it, it doesn't work at all. Correct? Dummy, because you must have taken it from the template. You left it as it is. If they don't have a social link, why to retain them? Remove that social link at all, right? Then comes to readability and accessibility. Very important, right? Okay, you can't have too dark text or you can't have too light color text. End of the day, people should be able to read. You can't have too small, you can't have too big, right? So these are the things you are supposed to do the checklist before handing over. Now, what I do is, many of you may be doing it. So we share the link to the client. So suppose if they want to check it, if you don't want to reveal it to outside, we protect with a password with the page, correct? So if you have used any password, make sure that you remove the password before handing over. All right. Now, why do we need to invoice? GST problem aata hai, ye problem aata hai, why do? Now all digital transaction, whichever way you do, you will get into trap. So why to avoid invoice? Raise an invoice, that become a documentation. All right. Now, how many of you suffer collection, major issues in the market? Collecting the payment, balance payment is a major issue. So before handing over, make sure that you collect the balance payment. Then, some people, they finish the site, but they don't want to launch it immediately. They look for an auspicious day and time. So check with the client, Do they want to release it immediately or later? Based on that, you decide the launch date. Next. This is where all your login credential you are supposed to give. Your hosting credential, your WordPress credential, any plugin or email mark, any credential you're supposed to hand over, because their business, their website, they should have a control, not we. Because you are handing over completely. They may give it to another agency for, maybe for, what is that called, digital marketing purpose as well. Now comes, most of us may think that informative website we can do it in 1 day, 1 hour, but you know the real experience. By the time we get the content, and by the time you, even though you must have promised 1 week, it approximately takes 1 month front and back, correct? So by then you must have got a very good relationship. You must have given a small amount as a design. Now it's a chance for you to ask for an AMC instead of asking in the beginning. When you ask in the beginning, the amount is too big. Some of the clients say, no, I'll get it done from some other place. The people are doing it as a low cost, I'll get it done. So this is how you manage those clients. So now you have a better relationship. Now you can ask for AMC. Why don't you go for AMC so that I'll make sure that your site is up and running properly. I'll make sure that content, I keep updating your content as well. Now there are four items you're going to get it. No, 5. One is the AMC. Imagine if they don't give the AMC, you can pitch in for SEO, correct? They may agree because now the relationship is good. Okay, you can look for paid promotion as well from the client. Okay, and better to take the feedback before handing over. After handing over, very difficult to get the feedback, correct? Now this is a time, if you are really done a very good relationship with the client, you can ask for the referral. You are happy, why don't you refer others? So this is how I postpone the remaining revenue in the later stage rather than in the beginning stage. At beginning stage, I pitch it in a very low volume, low amount. Then I pitch for these kind of items so that it makes sense, because now they have a good relationship. Otherwise, you are a stranger in the beginning. They don't even trust you. You are capable or not. Okay, whatever you write testimonial and all, they don't even believe it. Okay. Now, finally comes. If it is many of you are WordPress expert, right? You know, if it is an e-commerce site, if it is a blog site, there is a possibility to convert that site into an app. How many of you know this? Yes? So you can pitch in that in case if it is an e-commerce site or a blog site. So opportunities are very high when you do this kind of document, then hand it over. At least something to refer back always. Whatever you said over the vocal, many of them don't even remember. Or purposely they say I didn't understand or I forgot it, right? Conveniently they say that. So once I have a document, you have something to back up on. This is what my promise, this is what I delivered, and all your credentials say, don't disturb me anymore. Okay? Now comes to the final one. Okay, what is my WordCamp journey? My first WordCamp was in 2017 in Kochi, then continues in 2018 in Kochi, then WordCamp Mumbai, 2018-19 we did a do action in Bengaluru, then WordCamp India online version during Corona time, then WordCamp Kerala recently happened, all right? And this is the first time I'm speaking in WordCamp platform, Bangalore. So that is my contribution to the, okay? I know there is a lack of time. I'm available till 6:30, don't worry, anytime you can approach me, all right? Thanks a lot. This is my credentials, in case if anybody wants to contact me, this is my credential, and thank you. Hope you enjoyed. How much time? Overshot? Overshot?
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for those pointers. Mr. Riaz, you see, is a founder of RaiTech. It is a creative design agency that offers custom-made websites, digital branding, content writing, and graphic designing services. Thank you, sir, for those crucial pointers. Mr. Riaz is the founder of Rai Tech. It is a creative design agency that offers custom-made websites, digital branding, content writing, and graphic designing services globally to businesses of all sizes, and is also pocket-friendly. If you want to contact him, he's here till 6:30, so please do. Next, I'm going to hand it over to Pooja to introduce the next session.
Social media plays hello check hello now it's okay. Social media marketing plays a crucial role in promoting small business, and when combined with WordPress website, it can be a powerful tool for success. Ashna is a dedicated and passionate software engineer with 7 years of experience in designing, developing, and delivering high-quality software solutions. She has a strong background and deep understanding of WordPress architecture, theme development, plugin customization, and performance optimization. Can we have Ashna with a round of applause for her talk?
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. That remote to change the slide. Oh, here in the key itself I had it. Yeah, good morning all. Yeah, before going to the session, I'll give you a short introduction about myself. Like, I am Ashna, working as a software engineer in Newscorps, and I have accumulated 7 years of experience in different fields. Over past 3 years, I'm exploring the world of WordPress. Yeah, that's all about me. Yeah, let's go to the topic. My topic is importance of social media marketing for small business. But I don't want to delve more into the basics of the social media marketing because I know that you already possessing some great knowledge on it. So yeah, but I just wanted to introduce you some plugins, widgets, tools, and or some other tips, tricks, and how you can be a burst in your marketing. Okay. So, okay, we'll go to the next slide. This is me, and it's my LinkedIn profile. You can follow me there. Yes, this session is mainly focusing for the non-technical people who is interested to do some business and who are already doing some online business. Okay, how they can achieve or how they can rank their website top in the SEO. That is the main thing I am focusing through this session. Yes, because you already know that, right? It's now we cannot think about the marketing itself without social media. Yeah, because you can promote your service, brand, your product, everything there. And here I will give you some. I'll introduce you some plugins, widgets, tools, etc. to achieve all these things, and you can be the best version of yourself in yes, marketing. Yes, when you are thinking about a business, the first thing comes to your mind is only the first thing, it will be the challenges, okay? But you know that you can overcome most of your challenges through the technology itself, okay? So WordPress is offering you so many plugins, widgets, etc. for overcome all these challenges, especially your financial challenges and the competition and the limited awareness, scaling, everything you can overcome through this, the knowledge of the technology, okay? Means everything available, even a non-technical person also easily achieve it, okay? Without any additional coding or any additional changes, you can achieve your own. So I will introduce you how you can achieve it. And see, e-commerce capabilities. WordPress providing you many plugins, especially for the digital marketing itself. Okay, see, this is some examples. WooCommerce that you already knows, right? WooCommerce, and it's very it's very familiar one. And other one is easy digital download, Shopify, and I have just added very few plugins, but there are lot more available. Okay, you can make use of it if you are thinking about some online marketing. Okay. Yeah. Yes, once you have integrated these plugins, you don't want the support of any technical person to integrate this in your website, okay? So once you have integrated this, you can see some additional features over there in your dashboard. That features helps you with this following things like your product management and arrangement. For example, if you go to the real store, you can see how the things are arranged there. Like the same way you can arrange the things according to your wish. You can customize the things in your virtual store as well. Okay. So many other features like shipping options, payment, very secure payment gateway integration also is possible, and like PayPal, Stripe and all. And tax calculation according to your local area, it will help you to calculate your tax. Then product review rating, you can you will be always up to date with the rating of your product. Then a secure checkout process, then it supports multiple languages, so you can expand your business, and multi-currency support also there, so you can expand your business beyond your state or beyond your country. Yeah, you can sell all over the world. And e-commerce analytics, okay, you know that because I know here already before me some speakers already told about these kind of these points, means importance of these points. So I'm just repeating it, you know. You can get to know the feedback from of your product and how your customer is behaving. Everything you can get to know very easily, and you can analyze those reports, okay? And from that analysis itself, you can get to know where you are now and where you have to improve, okay? And you can make the changes. Then coupons, discounts. Oh, of course, this is the very attractive way. It's a business tactic to attract more customers on you. Yes, as I told you, right, I will introduce you. That is my main purpose, to introduce you some plugins and to make you rank higher in the search engine. Okay, these are some plugins which can help you. Yes, yours test your plugin, I know that it's very familiar one for you all, and some other plugins which helps you for yes, it's for email marketing and campaigns, then lead generation, then customer feedback collection, then for yes, again broken link chunk, again for SEO improvement. Not only yours plugin means this broken link also supports you to be rank higher in the SEO. Then of course you have to add your like social media buttons, etc. to your content, right? For that these social media sharing plugins and all helps you. It will add like button, comment button, share buttons to your product. Yes, how much your product is sharing, that much you will rank higher on the yes, social media, sorry, search engine. Then along with these plugins, we have some WordPress offering you some themes, widgets, etc. for the seamless sharing of your content to the social media. Okay, so it's a kind of self-contained small modules you can accommodate in different parts of your website, like footers, sidebars, homepage and all, and it performs some different actions. Okay, it has some features, so that helps you your customers to subscribe your newsletters, and again it's links with social medias. Then it can highlight it can highlight your positive, especially your positive reviews in the social medias. Then countdown timer, it is like creating the urgency. Creating urgency in the sense, for example, you are giving some offer for some limited period of time, tomorrow or today it will going to end, right? So it will this plugin helps you to make aware of your audience, your customers, that yes, it's going to end, you have to purchase it as early as possible if you want it. Okay, then other plugins like to get the survey, collect the feedbacks and all. Okay, these are very limited plugins now, and widget, because I have some limitations to accommodate the plugin name here, right? I have noted very limited number of widgets and all, but there are load available in the market, and freely available also, and highly rated and widely using. So you can go through that also. And some themes, this WordPress offering you some themes which is especially designed for digital marketing itself with some marketing features. Okay, so the main advantages of it's like it is easy loading and it's very lightweight. And the social media integration with WordPress, of course, I introduced you some plugins that helps you for that without even a non-technical person also can do it very easily. So if you are thinking about an online business, don't worry too much, because you can do it yourself. No technical knowledge is required, and no developer support is required, and these are the some other plugins that offering you the same kind of features. And when you are thinking about the marketing, the one thing is very important, the authentication, the security. So it has inbuilt authentication feature, so don't worry about the security things. And again, widgets, plugin integration, then embeds are there, means you can embed like different platforms, and webhooks responds to the real-time events, then access token. Yes, when it comes to the marketing, it's a marketing tactic to collect the user data, right? But this helps you to collect the user information with their consent itself. Okay, they're like these tokens, you are collecting their consent to access some of their information. Okay, so that that will help you to betterment of your business and thus SEO friendliness. Yes, before me some speakers already told about these things. SEO friendliness is very crucial for the when it comes to the business part, because you want to, everyone expecting like we want our website to rank higher in the first search. It will be on the top of the search engine, right? It will be the first thing on the top of the search engine. That is our aim. So that is what I introduced you some plugins, and you can achieve all these things. And you have to keep in mind that all these things are very necessary to be ranked higher. Like you need a quality content, and you want always updated, even the WordPress version and the plugins and whatever you are using for this marketing, everything should be updated, and you should know about the latest trend and internal linking, then SSL certificate, then your link should be user friendly, it should have enough data, and then data things and all. And then of course advertising. Advertising is also a matter when it comes to the marketing. For that also you don't worry. Okay, WordPress is here to help you with some plugins. These are some example plugins, and there are a lot available. Yes, what is this targeted marketing? The targeted marketing means you have to reach the correct person and correct time. Okay, with a personalized and relevant content. That is meant by this targeted marketing. WordPress developed some plugins. These plugins are developed by considering some criteria. Those criteria are like the person age and their gender, their interest, their behavior, their geography, their marital status, income, all those things are under consideration. You're so like that they have developed this, and so this marketing people can target the right customer. Then some more tips and tricks. Yes, image is also a matter. The word image you are using for your product, that is a matter. And for that also you have some plugins. Okay, these are some plugins names. So you have to optimize your image. These plugins will help you to optimize your image. And because when it comes to the mobile device, we are using some particular size of image. When it comes to tab and computer devices, it will be different size images you are using, because it helps you to speed up the performance of your website. Okay, so that is performance means loading, content loading. Speed is a matter here. These plugins will help you that, and customized permalink. Permalink customization also is important, and then post, social media, bookmarking, enable, rich snippet, everything if you follow all these things, that is the small tips to for you to be the better one in the market. And then microservices. But when it comes to the small business case, microservices has some limitations, of course. But if you can use because it's need additional technical persons means a help. So these microservices also can help you to be the better version of yourself, means means in business field. Yeah, that's all about my topic, and this topic is mainly for the who all are aiming for the business, means do an online online business. Yeah. That's all about, and I am happily announcing you that we are hiring for multiple positions, and you can, if you are interested, please get in touch with us. Our store is outside, and you can reach them for more details, and the job location is in Bangalore. Yeah, thank you everyone. See you in next opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. That was insightful indeed. Talking about social media integration, increased brand awareness, content distribution, targeted advertising, enhanced customer engagement, and SEO benefits, of course. Her goals include constantly exploring ways to enhance her skills, expand her knowledge, and develop a growth mindset. And they have a stall, as she mentioned, about job opportunity. Further on, I'll be handing it over to Aman with the next speaker.
When you are, am I audible? Okay. When you attract visitors towards WordPress or its services or product, you always come across this issue that, you know, when you tell it to them, it always slips across their mind. But if you add a little emotion to it, a spice, you know, a spice of emotion, a dash, just a little bit of emotion, helps them to remember things much more better. Having when I say emotions, I mean telling them about your goals, how you achieved them, behind the scenes stories about how you and your team did. This pretty much tells a lot about your team and tells everyone a little bit more as they progress further to tell how or remember things because of this little bit that you've told them. Post-COVID-19, we've always come across this thing that everybody's become a little bit more susceptible to emotions and everybody loves emotional content. It's heart-filling and it feels nice. I'm here to call upon Mr. Sumant Lohar, I'm so sorry. Yes. Who is a podcaster of WP Vat. It's a Gujarati podcast with almost 500 and up growing across all over the world. He's a dedicated WordPress community. He's part of the WordPress community and he's a dedicated member of Ahmedabad. The edible content, which talks about content challenges within different industries across the globe. Sumant also is a tech blogger, content consultant, and social media solutions to businesses, and with personal branding and broadcasting. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Sorry? Definitely.
And the edible content. I am also a content strategist, tech blogger. I have been featured as a speaker at various events, WordFest, WordCamp India, and so many places. I have visited so many events across the world, Dubai, Thailand, and other places, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and other places. So now, before I talk about today's topic, let me share a small milestone with you all, because we all are, WordPress members. So since I started 2 months before, WP Vat podcast, which is dedicated to WordPress community, to share the knowledge and to bring the people on the WordPress. It's in Gujarati language, and you can see the milestone here, right? Isn't it something interesting? Yeah? Okay. So this is the agenda for today. We are going to talk about in detail emotional marketing in 11 to 12 minutes only. So what is emotional marketing? Now you see the term emotional marketing. Now marketing with emotions itself means emotional marketing. But let us understand, if you go to Google and if you search for this term, you will see that there are so many different terminologies that you see. But maybe that may be very complex or something. But here I have made it very simple for you to understand. Selling any product or a service using emotions that connects with your audience. This also means emotions that triggers their mind to take actions or communicate with your brand. Now when I talk about here a product or service, in WordPress specific, it is themes or plugins, right? We have widgets and all those things. Next, we all watch movies, right? Now in movies, what is there? It's all about emotions. The more emotions is impacted in that movies or that is used, that movie is more successful in that area, right? Same manner, every brand uses these 9 emotions into their campaigns. Okay? So what are they? Hasya ras, that is laughing. Karuna ras, sadness. Veera ras, heroic. Bhayanak ras, that is fearful. Shant ras, that is peaceful. Adbhut ras, that is surprise or amazed. Raudra ras, that is angerness. Shringar ras, that is love. and bewilderment, that is uncomfortness. So these are the emotions that we use in most of any campaigns or throughout the world by any brand. Okay. Next, what to take care while executing any emotion campaigns, or let's say emotional marketing. Personalized approach, identify their state of mind. Now, for example, if you are in a state of angerness, and if I tell you something very funny, will that work at that time? No. There should be something that makes you peaceful first, and then I can take you to the next level. So this is all the emotions that we talk about. Listening is very important. Now this thing you can implement right now when you go to sponsors area. Most of time while I am traveling, what happens is when I'm going to any sponsors or when I'm going to any of the stalls, we start conversation and we start introducing ourselves, right? That is not the approach. Approach is first to listen to the other people and then start our conversation based on what the introduction has been given, and that will connect the emotions one to one. So this is the thing that we all have to understand. Next is study each emotions based on your business, product, service, geographical region. Now right now we are in Bengaluru, and if we talk everything, or if we have the marketing campaigns in let's say some Ahmedabadi style or some other styles, will that work here? No. I have to understand this region, what people love here, and then only I can execute the things accordingly. Market research. Get aware about your niche. Craft a story for your business. Choose color that resembles with your audience. Now if you imagine, you must have seen that all the school buses are in yellow color. You know why? What does the yellow color resembles? It's the sign of sensitivityness. That means in that area where the school bus is running, you have to be very sensitive. So according to the color and the audience specific, you have to execute your emotion campaign and success stories. Now, this is something where we have to understand. Now we have built our own theme and we have built our own plugin. Now we are going into market. Now at one side you can see that yes is 1,000 times yes. If you just connect your theme or plugin through emotions, people will come again and again to purchase your theme or plugin, right? And on the other side, if you see, if you are just mentioning all the features and functionalities as simple as like everyone is doing, people will ask, what is XYZ theme or plugin? And I do XYZ theme or plugin, if you see in local language. So this is the thing that we have to take the differentiate between two of them. Next, this table is very important for people across the world. If you are designing your campaign within your team members. Industry, emotions, color, product, service, geographical region, goals. Your goals may be different, your geographical region may be different, your color may be, the color may be dependent on the industry, okay? So this is also different from other areas. So choose wisely all those things, choose the emotions according to that, and choose the color according to that, and then you execute your campaign. Emotional marketing. For your themes and plugins, this is the heart of this presentation. Niche down your theme or plugin. Don't go for a generic theme or plugin development. First, identify your themes and plugins, in which industry you want to go, which industry has least demand, and that you can scale up at longer pace. Stress more on case studies. See friends, when I go to any part of the world, I always I tell them, I suggest them, you write case studies. Very few people are implementing, very few brands are implementing case studies. Case studies have a specific process which you need to follow, and if you follow that, you will close deals right away. Engage with your prospects through different channels like LinkedIn, Instagram. Now 3 platforms that I have listed here is Pinterest. If there are women business entrepreneur, or if you are building up themes and plugins specific to women products like healthcare or beauty care or fashion, Pinterest is the area where you need to look for. Quora is there. WhatsApp status, now people will, you may feel love. Okay, WhatsApp status, yes, it works like wonders. It's working for me always. Whenever I put any updates, people are following. People are enthusiastic to learn to the next level. So this is the thing that we need to take care. There are business platforms like Lunch Club, Coffee Mug, Well-Found, Slack channels, Discord servers, and communities. Content types. What are the content types that you can implement here? YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, Carousel, Infographics, and podcast. In this podcast specific, you can learn about Pat Flynn, how he markets his product and how he sells, doing the podcasting and selling his courses also. So both way he's doing. And these are some recommended books for you that if you read them, you will get some lot of insights about how branding is done, how you can take your small business also to the next level. Become a brand. The last book that you see, Saurojan, is a local person, local guy from Karnataka, but he is doing fabulous things all over the world. There are some useful links to understand in-depth emotional marketing that I have listed down. All these blogs are very important. But if you see that highlighted blog, that is from HBR, Harvard Business Review, I highly recommend to read down that, because that gives you the entire insight about the customer emotions, how it works, and how you can do it according to your needs. Best examples of emotional marketing ads. Here also I have listed down according to the brands and all those. How many of you remember that Jalebi ad in the 90s of the time? The small kid, So if you see that worked with like wonders, because it had emotions. So when you do anything with emotions, it always gives you better results. Thank you, Abar. Let's share knowledge and grow together. Here you can reach out to me through Twitter, LinkedIn, and all those things. Here also I have listed down WP Watt podcast links also. And one more thing, you can scan this to get this whole presentation right away. So thank you so much. Auto scan.
Thank you, sir. That was insightful indeed. We will break for till 12:45 until we have the next speaker. So see you then. The refreshments are available on the second floor. You can move to the second floor.
Everyone, I hope everyone's had refreshments and ready for the next lightning. We have Nathan sir. Offering website maintenance services is a no-brainer for WordPress freelancers and agencies who build and manage site for others. Not only does it ensure smooth functioning of your client's website, but also helps increase the lifetime value of your customers. Whether you're starting out improving for your existing maintenance services, this session will provide you actionable insights and strategies to help you take your WordPress business to the next level. Without further ado, we have Nathan sir.
Now? Yeah. Hey everyone, good afternoon. Hope you're having a great time at WordCamp Bengaluru today. Some interesting sessions so far, and I hope you all have been able to take away some great learnings and insights from them. There's also a great opportunity to meet new folks, existing old friends from old WordCamps, and you should take advantage of that if you haven't already as well. A little introduction about me. My name is Nathan, of course. I'm currently a product manager at Bluehost. I look after the WordPress products on Bluehost India. I've been in the space for about the last 8 years. I've started off as a freelance web developer, went on to hosting support, bit of web development again, and then now product management. Here's some of my details. If there are any questions post this call, this session, feel free to reach out to me, and happy to take them. Happy to meet you outside as well for any discussions. So today I'm here to talk to you about an important topic on WordPress maintenance. I'm sure it's not a new term for many of you. You might be already aware of it, especially if you're building websites already for others. But just for some context and to set the stage, WordPress maintenance is usually referred to in multiple terms. You call it website, some people call it website care packages, website care services, website maintenance, WordPress maintenance, but it all boils down to offering the aftercare support and guidance that your customer needs once you've built and delivered a site to your client. Once you've built a site, you've given it to your client, it does not end there. You know, some of your clients, especially if they have entrusted their site development with you, they are not going to know how to manage it themselves. They're going to depend on you for support, and you need to be equally invested in helping them succeed with their websites. I know you'll have a wide range of audience over here, but some of my goals of this session is one, if you are building websites for others and your clients or anyone else, and you're not doing it on a one-off project basis, you probably build a site, deliver it, move on to a next project, and you've not considered maintenance services yet, I hope that you take some food for thought from this session and use that to consider and evaluate if that's a valuable service for you to offer. Alternatively, many of you might already be offering such services, and my hope is that you'll take away some new insights that you can incorporate to further grow and enhance your maintenance services. Some of you, for many conversations that I've had, many of you do face some challenges with getting customers to renew these services, selling them to your customers in the first place. There are a lot of challenges that you face there, and hoping you can take something away from there. So starting off with some of the benefits, right? So on the left-hand side, what you can see, benefits for web professionals, like if you're a freelance web developer, if you have an agency or you're building sites for others, I think the benefits on the left are a no-brainer. You're probably already aware of those. It's obviously a good recurring revenue stream for anyone that's building sites. This is a predictable source of recurring revenue that you can offer. It's obviously profitable. You can build that long-term relationship with your end customer, and obviously that results in a long time, an increased lifetime value as well, and you can obviously open doors to further opportunities as well. But at the crux of what I want to cover today is you can't offer WordPress maintenance services without focusing on the value that your customer is going to get out of it, right? We all have subscriptions today. We have, Netflix, Spotify, everything. We won't be renewing those services every month or every year if we don't find value in them. So what's the value that end users or customers that take the websites from us, that they get out of it, right? So one is obviously they want their website to be always online. They want good uptime, reliability. Nobody wants their site down. And this service obviously offers a means to support them and ensure that they achieve it. There's also site performance, SEO. Everyone wants their site to perform as well as they can and offer a good service to their visitors. And SEO obviously because of search engine discoverability. But most importantly, being a support system and growth partner is really important to an important aspect of this service as well. I can't count the number of times, so if I look back at my days when I was doing hosting support, there's countless of customers that used to reach out to us as a hosting provider saying that they've built their site with someone sometime back. Something's gone wrong, they've lost contact, they don't know, some people don't know who built it because it's been some time, they're completely lost, they need support. So bringing that growth system and support partner for them support system and growth partner is really important, and that gives them the peace of mind as well with their site. So now that we've understood the benefits of WordPress maintenance services, I wanted to discuss a 3-step framework that we can use to evaluate the offerings that we have. It's really easy to put together three plans with updates, backups, security, with different degrees of variation, put a price to it and try and pitch it to your clients. But do your customers really need that, right? Is it really fulfilling their needs? I think that's step number 1 that we'll discuss. Step number 2 is actually crafting the solution, and 3 is planning resources, obviously, to fulfill the service that you want to provide. These are not some new framework that I've come across. This is widely followed in any new product development, service development that you'd see anywhere in the industry today. And this is just where fundamentals and concepts from them that can help us offer effective services. So step 1, right? Understanding your client's needs. It sounds very cliche. We all talk about it. You need to know what your client wants, what their client needs are. But I think most of us don't do that enough, or don't do that as often as we should. And there are 4 points that I really want to cover as part of this is, 1, there is no one-size-fits-all in most cases. Maybe if you are a developer that focuses on a specific segment or niche of set of customers, that's probably maybe holds true. But I'm assuming most of you serve a diverse range of customers. So the one-size-fits-all approach will not work in that case. Needs of a blogger or someone who's reaching out to you for a CV or portfolio website will be very different from an e-commerce website. 2, and that kind of leads well into understanding your customers, right? You need to first look at customers maybe you've served in the past, customers you specifically target, different segments, try to group them into different personas. When I mean try to group them into characteristics that some of them share. And using that identity kind of classify that persona and what their needs for the specific persona is. For example, bloggers, if you served a lot of bloggers in the past, that will be one persona for you. There'll be certain businesses or enterprises that maybe just want a business landing page website. That's another persona for you. E-commerce is obviously another persona. And third, and the most important I would say is once you understand these persona and their needs, it's really important to get into the actual latent needs that these personas have. It's easy to say, your client needs backups, your client needs security, but as an end customer, is that really relevant for them, right? from their perspective, they want a site that's secure. They want a site that's always online. Now, to achieve that, you obviously have WordPress updates, you have backup solutions, you have malware scanning. Those are all solutions to the core fundamental need of having security and reliability for their site. And understanding those core needs really help you into solutioning, which we'll talk in the next step. And obviously, continuous dialogue and feedback. These needs, obviously, of customers change over time. Your customers will outgrow some of their existing needs. As they scale, grow bigger, those will change, and continuous dialogue and feedback will really help there. So once we've done that, we get into the second stage, which is crafting your service. Again, reiterating what we've discussed before, you always start with the needs. You don't start with the services, although that's very tempting to do. You've done a detail in the previous step. We discussed how you can really understand those needs and identify them. We'll take them here, and from there branch out into your services. That means that you also can't standardize, right? You can't have a fixed three set of plans that you pitch to every customer. You'll obviously have to tailor that to the specific needs of that client. And you'll obviously have to align that with their goals. What are the goals that they're trying to achieve? Is that service really relevant for them? So that they find value in that, and they will renew with your service for the long term. I know this is supposed to be a lightning talk, so I can't really go into a lot of detail into all the different solutions that you can offer, but I wanted to categorize when it comes to solutioning, there are basically 3 buckets of components that you can look at offering any maintenance service, right? One is your basic fundamentals, which is obviously your hosting. Then you have your hosting, that's infrastructure. So if the customer's already not having hosting, they probably rely to you on hosting, or if they already have hosting with someone else, then you'll probably have to play that support role to manage any changes or any tweaks that need to be done on the hosting server. Security, there's obviously malware, scans, hardening, ensuring plugins are updated. That's a very important aspect as well to patch up any vulnerabilities. Backups, cloud backups. There are different types of backups. There are local backups, but obviously local backups are not going to help you when in any emergency. You'll have to have cloud backups. Depending on the nature of the client, you can have different frequencies of backups and different types of backups as well. It's important to ensure that you're aligning this to what the customer needs, because I know I'm saying this a lot, but to give you an example, a blogger, maybe a CV, take an example of a CV or portfolio website that you've built for a client, right? It's something that you've built, it has a lot of information, maybe some infographics. They don't change over time. You don't need even weekly or monthly backups. Maybe if you give that client a copy of their site on a pen drive, they'll be well served with that. Or at the least monthly backups. You don't, daily or weekly will probably be an overkill for that. So aligning that is really important to what the client needs. Uptime monitoring and alerts, obviously that goes into the reliability of the website. In the next bucket, we look at performance and growth. These are really aspects that can help you work with your client to achieve the goals that they want from their website. They've reached out to you to build the website, which is great. They have a website now, but how is that website really getting them success, right? How is it fulfilling their goals that they've set out to achieve with their websites in the first place? So one is obviously Co-Web Vitals. I don't think I need to introduce this to most of you. It's something that Google has been kind of pushing a lot over the last year, and everyone has been talking about it. So you obviously want to ensure that you're helping your client achieve your Co-Web Vital metrics. There's also site health. So site health, you'll look at the general hygiene and maintenance of the site. If there are any broken links, any errors on any pages, DB optimizations, things like that. The other two is more of analytics and reporting, helping your client understand, where they are currently in terms of the analytics of their website, what the traffic they're receiving. Different behavioral metrics will really help set the context for conversations for future opportunities, changes that you can implement on your website to help contribute to its success. And obviously, content updates, everyone wants to update their content. Usually, clients can do this themselves if you give them access and training, but sometimes they do need some more help that you can offer as well. And some value-added services, training, on-call support, custom development, and domain management. These are pretty much self-explanatory, but these are, I would say, the good-to-have value adds that you can offer with these services. So once you've kind of used this to identify how you can, what are the solutions that you can come up with to solve those needs that you've identified in the first step, you really need to see how you're going to offer this, right? Because it takes a lot of time, effort to offer the wide range of services that we've discussed. And obviously, as someone who's also building new sites, getting new projects, new jobs, you don't want to waste your spend too much time, I would say, maintaining each and every site. So fortunately, we are living in a time where we have so much we can automate. There are n number of tools available out there that you can automate a lot of these tasks. But at the same time, while I say use automation wherever possible, I'll also say to try and kind of balance it. Do not automate everything. Things that really need a personal touch, that are not really routine or mundane, you should still kind of try and keep that personal touch with the client as possible, because the client also needs to see that value. You've first sold him that value at the time of purchasing the maintenance service. You need to ensure that he's seeing that, you know, what you are doing, not only the task that you are doing, but what's the impact that it's having. So you need to have that, you need to involve the client in that as well. Some people send monthly reports, which is a great way to do that, with listing stuff that you have done to improve their site, maintain their site. But in addition to that, what I'd say is not only report a list of tasks, but also report the potential impact that it can have to that client's site. Usually, I've seen reports where it just says, okay, we have updated plugins, you know, we've done backups, we've done X, Y, and Z, but it doesn't really, might not really mean a thing to the client, because if they're not really technical or don't understand how things work. And yeah, there are numerous multi-site management tools available out there as well that can help you manage all of this in a much efficient and better way. And that's something you should definitely look at as well, and that save you a lot of time and resources as well. And lastly, I wanted to cover, you know, the aspect of how to sell maintenance services, right? This has been something that many web pros do struggle with, and here are some tips and strategies that you can follow, right? One is, we've spoken about it so much by now, is adapting your strategy or pitch to your customer. You've done the exercise of understanding their needs. You've built solutions for those specific needs. Now you pitch accordingly to the client, make them understand why you're offering, what you're offering and why. Two, obviously, you should sell maintenance services as an upsell with a new website development, but don't wait till the end. There are many that wait till the site is launched, and on delivery they say, okay, now we have a maintenance service as well. You should start this very early on in the conversation, but you don't have to start pitching. I mean, you don't really need to pitch right from the start, but at least educate the customer that maintenance is an important aspect that he needs to consider, and how it will help them as well. You can also highlight the cost of no maintenance, right? So if they don't maintain their site on a regular basis, they've just developed it, launched it, and left it out there, there are a number of risks that can be associated with it, things that can go wrong with, you know, in terms of they don't have backups, they don't have proper security, downtime. Can highlight the savings that they would achieve if they take a plan, and the potential downsides that they can avoid. And frequently engage with the customer, demonstrate the impact of what you're doing, and don't wait till In some cases, I've heard customers say that they've taken this maintenance service, but the only time they hear from their web pro is at the time of renewal. You should frequently engage, demonstrate the impact you're making, and opportunities that they can improve, build that relationship with your customer, and renewals will keep flowing. Yep, and that's all for today. I'm happy to take questions outside. I'm at the Bluehost booth for most of the time today, and I'll be around. If you want to shoot me an email, you can do that as well. Reach out on Twitter, and if you have any feedback or any thoughts on this session as well, please feel free to discuss as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Nathan DeMello has been involved in web presence industry for over 8 years, transitioning through multiple roles from tech support to development and now product management. He has been associated with WordPress since 2013, using it to build numerous websites for a wide range of small business and organizations. Currently a product manager at Bluehost, he spends most of his time working on helping small business succeed online with WordPress and WooCommerce. Further, we have Sogra, the next MC, who will be introducing the next lightning session.
Can everybody hear me? All right. Welcome back after the short break that we had. So I don't think I've seen all of you in the later session. This is Sogra, and some of you might have met me in the morning, so welcome back. So here, this session is mainly for developers, agencies, and e-commerce store owners who are looking to switch to WooCommerce. All right. So you can anticipate receiving comprehensive checklist to guide you throughout the process. And for this, we have Ms. Akshaya Rani with us. She has started her career as a WordPress developer, and she has been serving as the service delivery head for Wisdom Labs. Her current role focuses on growth and progress development. Akshaya ma'am is an active contributor to WordPress ecosystem. So without further ado, let's have ma'am on the stage.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello. Hello friends, this is Akshaya Rani. I work at Wisdom Labs as a services delivery head. I have handled handful of projects regarding subscription migration, and I'm here to share my learnings with you. So as a freelancer or as an agency provider or as a developer, you will come across 3 typical scenarios where there is a need for migration. So suppose your website is on another e-commerce platform, let's say on Shopify, Magento, Credja, or any custom made PHP platform, and now we want to switch it to WooCommerce subscription. Another scenario could be your website is on WordPress and you're using some other recurring system, let's say EDD, Restrict Content Pro, Paid Membership Pro, and now you want to switch it to WooCommerce subscriptions. Okay. And third scenario could be you are using a WooCommerce subscription, but you are using, let's say, some payment gateway, let's say Stripe, and now you want to switch it to some other payment gateway. Okay. So these are the typical three scenarios where there is a need for subscription migration or migration in general. Okay. We'll just cover first two pointers in this talk. The general problem that people come across is the end customers are getting charged multiple times or incorrectly. Okay. Now, if you consider just from the monetary perspective, let's say you are selling a product at $10 price and your 10,000 customers got charged incorrectly. Okay. So, as a business owner, it will be a disaster because you need to refund those 10,000 transactions. It will be a mental headache. If you just consider the monetary perspective, whichever payment gateway or payment provider you are using, they will charge you some transaction fee. Okay, so you are gaining nothing, but you are losing out from the monetary perspective. Okay, you are losing out from the mental peace perspective, and your customers are also you lose on the trust on their business platform. Okay, therefore we need to consider some crucial factors during the migration, before the migration, and after the migration. Okay, we'll look at each one phase by phase. So before we start doing the migration, we need to consider some key factors like the products packaging. Okay, so we need to set up the products correctly, the intervals correctly. Suppose you are selling 10 different packages on your old platform, and now you want to club it into 3 packages on your new platform. Okay, then in this case, let's say your subscriber is subscribed to product X on your old platform. It will be subscribed to product Y on your new platform. Okay, so that mapping needs to be there in the first place. You should have it before doing the migration. Customers are the king. All the customers who are getting access to your old platform need to have an access to the new platform. Okay, generally the password storage mechanism or the hashing mechanism that platform use is different according to the platform. Okay. So the way password is stored in the WordPress may not be the same way the way password is stored in the Magento or Shopify. Okay. Therefore, it will be wiser that you tell your customers to reset the password and then log into your new system. Now there are tons of payment gateways supported by WooCommerce, but whichever payment gateway you are using on the old platform, you need to make sure that it has a corresponding extension in the WooCommerce. And it is also supporting the recurring payment as an option. Okay. In case you are providing discounts to your loyal customers and you want to continue to do so for your new customers as well, then it is wiser to add the coupons on your new platform. Okay. This is not a compulsory step. Okay. If you want to apply some different strategy, you don't need to do it. You can simply skip this step. Okay. Similarly, you need to set up the taxes correctly. Any other access if you are providing, let's say you are providing access to some ebook, e-magazine, okay, then that ebook and e-magazine needs to be linked with a subscription product. Similarly, if you are providing some restricted content access through membership, then subscription product needs to be linked with a membership. Okay. Now let's say you have set up all these things and you are ready to do the import. Okay, but you keep your staging side or your development side on the staging mode. Now, why we need to do so? If you are doing some testing, let's say after the subscription is added, whether the customers are getting access correctly or not, these testing you are doing. Then in that case, the customer should not get charged while you are doing some testing around it. Okay. Therefore, we need to enable the staging mode. How you can do so? You just go to database, you need to go to options table and simply click on and simply find WC subscription site URL. Okay. You need to change this value. Suppose your site URL is example.com, you change this value to demo.example.com, something like this. Okay. By enabling so, as you see in this image, beside subscription there is a staging tag present. Okay. So there needs to be a staging tag that should appear. You can double make sure by going to WooCommerce status and the subscription mode. Okay, you should see staging over there. Okay, After doing so, we are ready to do import. And let's say we want to try out some sample importing. This is a tool, WooCommerce subscription importer and exporter. Okay, you can scan this QR code. This is just a public GitHub repository, and it has a proper documentation to it. Okay. Basically, you need to create one CSV file, and you need to mention the customer email address, the product it needs to be linked to, the amount it needs to be linked to, and the payment token information. Now, the payment token information is a very crucial information. You will get it from your payment provider. So let's say you are using a Stripe as a payment gateway. Then you simply go to your Stripe account, export the customer's data. You will get the customer ID and Stripe token and the Stripe payment token ID. Okay, payment token ID is basically any information which is starting with a customer underscore. Okay. Now this plugin is tested with Braintree, Stripe, and Authorize.net. In case you want to use any different payment gateway, you can say you need to do some POC, and then you can do so. Okay. Now there is one exception to this. If you are using PayPal standard as a payment gateway on your old platform, then you need to import this subscription as a manual renewal. Okay, this is not an exception to this plugin. This is in general an exception to the subscription migration as a whole. Because PayPal standard, there is some technical complication, and we cannot import the PayPal as subscription having using PayPal standard as a payment gateway. Okay. Therefore, you import that as a manual renewal and let the payment happen and taken care of at the PayPal end. So, as a business owner, you will receive a notification that so and so customer cancel out the subscription. You can verify it and simply cancel out the subscription in your website URL. Okay. Now suppose you have imported some other subscription and you want to verify whether the renewal is successful and whether the import is successful. Okay, so you can simply verify the handful of subscriptions using the customer is linking to the correct product, if the amount is correct, and the billing information, the next renewal information, and the end date is correct, if it all is present. This is just a first step in the verification. The second step could be you simply go to WooCommerce status scheduled action. Okay, you will see list of actions which is going to occur or which has occurred. Okay, you simply click on pending so that it will get filtered out for the future transactions. You search for the subscription ID. Let's say whatever subscription ID you looked at in the previous step, you look out for that subscription ID in this step. Okay, and simply watch the second last column for the WooCommerce scheduled subscription payment action. Okay. Now let's see in the previous step the scheduled action, the next renewal date is 7th of August, and in this step also you should see the next renewal date as 7th of August. Okay. If both the dates are matching, then that means your renewal will happen on the same day and on the 7th of August, and it will trigger properly. Okay, and now if the payment token information is correct and you have linked the payment gateway to your business account, that means the renewal will happen correctly and you will also receive the money. Okay, now if you want to test it, you can change the subscription next renewal date to within an hour or two, so that it will get triggered properly and quickly, so that you can verify it quickly. And simply make sure that your website is not on the staging mode for that period. Okay. Let's say we verified it. It's everything is working perfectly. It's time to go live. Okay. For going live, we need to put the old platform on the maintenance mode. Okay. So that no more transaction take place, and we can carry out all these steps. We will make sure that the new website is not on the staging mode. Emails are working properly. In case you are moving from one e-commerce platform to different e-commerce platform, or rather WooCommerce subscription, then in this case make sure that the 301 redirects are in place, DNS changes has been placed. Okay, there are other factors, technical issue factors also you need to take care of. Let's say you are taken care of all this thing. One last step, you need to verify in your payment account if there are any subscription records present. Okay, generally the menu name is subscriptions. Okay. So let's say if you are using a Stripe as a payment gateway and you see there are some records present in the subscription, okay, you need to disable those records, okay. Except PayPal standard, whichever payment gateway you are using, you need to disable those records, okay. This will make sure that a customer will not double charge, okay, because the trigger will happen on the WooCommerce end and not from the payment gateway end also, okay. Therefore, I repeat that if you are using a PayPal standard, you don't need to take care of anything. If you are using any other payment provider, please disable those payments under the subscription, okay. One last step is, if this is a bonus step, if you are using a membership as an action, simply go to the membership plan and click on grant access, okay. This will grant access retrospectively for all the subscription that you recently imported, and your customer will have access to the restricted content which you are going to provide. That's it from my end. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you WordCamp Bangalore for having me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Akshaya, for your valuable insights. I'm sure that this session has given us enough highlights, and it has pointed out our common mistakes and possibilities, and given us a proper guideline to go about how you want to use WordPress. So we'll move on to the next speaker. So Aman will take over the stage.
Hello. Yeah. So we all wonder, what are the benefits and the joys of being part of WordPress? This talk specifically aims to explain and elaborate on that. And our speaker is Mr. Yashwadan Rana, who is a content marketer and digital strategist for over 8 years of experience, driving successful marketing campaigns for WordPress products. He's been contributing to make WordPress project for almost 4 years, and Mr. Yash is living in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, and currently nurturing the WordPress community in his place. Thank you.
Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome to the WordPress community. Why don't we start by getting to know each other better? Hi, my name is Yash, and I am a content marketer strategist. Sorry, it's not being displayed. Perfect. So a technical glitch right before the session, that is just before lunch, is an added bonus, right? So yeah, where was I? Hi, I'm Yash. I'm a content marketing strategist. I have been contributing to the WordPress project for more than 4 years now, and absolutely love doing so. Just give me a second here. So yeah, that's all about me. Let's talk about you guys. How many of you all to contribute to WordPress? Oh, show of hands, like first time contributors or beginners who want to start contributing? Perfect. So it's time we change that and start contributing to WordPress altogether. So why you should start contributing to WordPress is the first question. Well, contributing to WordPress is very important because, first of all, you will be contributing to the project which is open source, which requires people to come together and contribute to the project, as it's the only way to keep it vibrant, alive, and on the path to progress. Also, even a small and very minute contribution counts a lot and goes a long way. So even if you are a beginner and are not sure like where you can start contributing, it's a very big added plus for the community and for you as well. Now that's all for the community part. You know, you also get a lot back while you're contributing. It's not about like giving to the community. While you are contributing, the most valuable thing you will get back is the network. I mean, imagine while you are contributing, you will be collaborating with many talented and experienced folk from around the globe. Like that's just mind-boggling to me. And coming together and contributing to a project that is open source is an added plus. And obviously, while you are doing it, you will be honing your skills and improving them all together. And last but not the least, you also earn some cute badges that you can show up in your WordPress.org profile, which like many of us like to flaunt a lot. So that's like why you should start contributing. Let's see where you can begin. If you are a new contributor and want to start, how you can start contributing to the WordPress. First place you need to go is make.wordpress.org. It's the place where the magic happens. If you are new to contribution, this is the place where you can start by learning about how the contribution project works. There you will find multiple contribution groups. There's core, meta, polyglots, and many others, which is more than 20 plus teams. These contributor groups are also known as teams. So whenever I say teams, you can refer to them as contributor groups. So while there are 22 teams, it must be very intimidating to like where to start, where to pick, like which team is for me, like which talent I can contribute to. Let's simplify that. How many of you are developers or coders or think you can code or somewhere? Show of hands. Perfect. You guys are perfect, as WordPress is a code-based offering. You guys can contribute to the core, themes team, plugins team, hosting, CLI, Tide, and Openverse. If you want to know more about these groups or teams, you can do so on make.wordpress.org, and I'll just give you a gist of where you can contribute to. The core team is where all the core functions of the WordPress are developed. The themes review team and the plugins team are where you can review the themes and plugins being submitted to the repository, and so forth. Hosting, CLI, Tide, and Openverse. Openverse is a fairly new initiative by WordPress. It's a repository of photos, open source photos, where people can download without any copyright issues at all. Now, for the rest of us who do not know how to code, like myself, because I'm a marketer, I have never touched line of code, but still I have been contributing for more than 5 years now. How? Here are the areas where you too can contribute. Like, I'm a marketing guy, so I've been contributing to marketing along with some amazing folks in the community for so long. If you are not sure like where to begin, it doesn't matter your level of understanding of your skill set. If you speak any other language than English, you can start by polyglots, where you can just go and start translating existing lines of strings and help the product by growing it and making it accessible for a larger audience. So forth, you have support forums where you can, if you think you know WordPress better, you can go and start answering questions of the people who want to learn more about the project WordPress. And there's photos. If you are a photographer or a hobby photographer and want to contribute to and want to share your photos basically with the world to allow them to download and use them on their website, on their projects, you can do so by contributing or submitting those photos on the repository. Now there's accessibility, community, documentation, design and sustainability, and a lot more. While I won't be able to go into all those details because it will take me a lot more than 15 minutes, so I'll just skim down to the important ones. WordPress TV is where all the WordPress media resources are hosted. So, for example, these recordings on the WordCamps, any other online events around WordPress are hosted on WordPress TV. There you can go and help edit out those videos, make changes, or improve, or even ask transcribe to these videos as well. Now that's all the info that you can start by uh, contributing as a non-contributor. Now we know about code contributions and know about non-code contributions, but where to start? The starting parts is, first of all, you need to go to make.wordpress.org. You need to read the team handbook. If you scroll down, you see different teams or community groups where you can go and read the team handbooks. These will have all the details you'll need to get started with your progress. Then I would recommend joining the Slack community groups. There are more than 15,000 people, I'm not sure about this number, but yeah, more than 12,000 people on the WordPress Slack community group, which are coming together and making things happen. There are sub-channels which will talk about specific niches, and you can also join them too. And it's totally okay if you want to just lurk and not start contributing to the project as of now, because lurking is okay. It's not like you are just peeking in and not contributing anything. You are just trying to gauge where you are right now and how level of contribution you can provide. And once you are done with that, you can start contributing and picking the areas where you think you can shine or help others in solving their own problems. And once after that, you can just skip to the fact that you can just learn by doing so, and it's always okay to ask questions. We in the WordPress community is a very warm and welcoming community. You can ask questions. Only we are very solid on the fact that we value and respect each other most. So there's you can ask out questions to anyone. You can let people know, like, if you have any questions regarding the contribution part, and I'm sure they'll be able to help you out and will be willing to help you out if you are planning to come on board. Now that's all about online contributions that you can do while you are sitting on behind your laptop, while you're working from home. Now what about the contributions that you can do while you are out there? Now there's also a lot of areas there you can explore. The first thing is joining meetup groups in your city, like WordCamp, WordPress Bangalore, WordPress Mumbai, WordPress Delhi, and many more groups. There are small meetup groups in your city. If you come from a city where you're not sure there's a meetup group, you can start your own meetup group by starting a new chapter. And if you think there is many more WordPress enthusiasts in my city, maybe I should not start a meetup group because who will show up, because I'm the one in my city who's interested in WordPress, believe me, that thing will change. When I revived the WordPress Bhopal community group, it was barely 1 or 2 people showing up. Now on meetup.com, there are 1,200 plus members strong and still growing. So coming from a tier 2 city, I can assure you, you can start a WordPress community group in your city, and you will find many enthusiasts and professionals in your network. Now another way is to WordCamps, so which you are doing all the way. So congratulations, you are already a contributor to WordPress journey. So what else you can do apart from contributions? If you know something specifically, if you know any topic in particular, you're confident, you can speak, you can educate, you can inspire people by your story or any other way, you can start speaking or volunteering WordCamps. These WordCamps might look very awesome from the outside, but these require a lot of efforts and manpower and work clock to make things happen. So if you want to volunteer, you can just always go to a WordCamp and see where WordCamps are happening around in your city. If you contribute there by attending or by volunteering, or if you want more, you can start speaking at a WordCamp. And with that, if you are really passionate about WordPress, the most awesome thing you can do is organize a WordCamp in your city, just like WordCamp Bangalore. Now imagine in your city you started a WordPress chapter, created a very thriving community, and now there you are planning a WordCamp. It's a very far-fetched dream, right? Well, it's not. Back in 2016, I started reviving the WordCamp Bhopal or WordPress Bhopal chapter It was not a very active community back then, but we did many meetups, many meetings, many sessions around. We went to colleges, we tried reaching out to students, we reached out to companies and asked their employees to come on board and have and chat with us about professional networking and all. And one thing led to another, and today we are all set to organize the WordCamp Bhopal in October 7, 2023. So, thank you. So, we, along with many amazing organizers, are able to pull this from a city, Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. I'm sure you all can do it too. So, with that, I'll also give you an opportunity to contribute to WordPress by applying to WordCamp Bhopal. Shameless plug, but if you want to help us out, make this Bhopal event successful, you can try speaking at WordCamps. Help us out, make it successful by volunteering, and let's start contributing to WordPress. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. I think that's it for today, I mean for now, and you can all go for lunch and come back at 3:15. Thank you.
Yes. So now we're going to move on to the next topic is how to enhance your websites with videography and photography. And it's over to Mr. Sumesh Senan, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Is the mic working? Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. So, good afternoon. I think I have the right presentation for all of you post lunch because, no, it's not audible? It's not clear now? A little better? Hello? Better? Okay. So I was just saying that I think I have the right presentation for all of you post lunch. Less text, more visuals, so that I don't put you off to sleep. Just to give you a small introduction about myself, my name is Sumesh Senan. I have about 18 years of experience doing visuals. I've been dabbling with the camera for about 2 decades now, and we've created a lot of content for a lot of companies in the last 15 years, more than 15 years, so close to 400 assignments. And I have come back to India only about 5 years back. Before that I was in the Middle East, a little in Singapore. We've shot extensively across various places, but predominantly now I operate out of India, Bangalore to be specific. Of course I shot in various other cities. My background is a marketing background. I have an MBA in marketing. So I used to head marketing for Singapore Airlines at one time, many years back. But that has definitely helped me a lot in my forte as a filmmaker and a photographer. So why Clicksmiths? The name Clicksmiths, basically just like goldsmiths, we are clicksmiths. I click for a living. The three primary things we primarily focus on is obviously content creation, not only for websites, for various other things, for YouTube, for corporates. So primarily photography, video, and animation. So I have a small showreel. It's a brief showreel of about 2 minutes. I'll just play it for all of you so you have a basic understanding of what kind of films and what kind of content I create. It's mostly for corporates with all kinds of requirements. So it's just brief 2 minutes film. Let's just play it before I start talking again, okay? Is that okay with all of you? So a lot of industrial shoots, brand shoots, product demos, a lot of factories, mostly shooting in very boring situations. These are electric vehicles, machineries in Hosur. So my work predominantly lies in manufacturing areas and all kinds of content that we're creating for a lot of companies. We work with a lot of architects. Because today, when they finish a project, they want a good film about the project, because that kind of wins them more clients. Local content, Kannada, Telugu, agriculture. We're doing a lot of films on agriculture, surprisingly, these days. These are animations, small animations to enhance. All right, so I'll quickly touch upon a few slides where I'm going to talk about some of the visual challenges, real challenges faced in the visual medium. One is obviously the visual language. Why is it important? There are several statistics, I think, floating around on the website. These are just two of them. A website's CTR increases by 47% when visuals are present. As against text-based content, visual content receives 94% more views. So I think it's basic common sense that when you have photos and videos on your website, definitely it is a lot more engaging than having just text, correct? You guys are in the profession of making websites or anything related to IT or whatever it is. So I'm not a techie. I'm a zero tech guy. I can only handle cameras. I'm a zero tech guy, but I don't know how the backend or the website or the WordPress works. Although I visit a lot of WordPress forums, primarily because this is my 8th website. I have a history of cyber problems, people hacking my website and getting into my site and all kinds of things. So now in the last 1 year it's a little less, but this is my 8th website. So the idea of connecting with WordPress for me personally was to learn more about the backend, to understand how the hosting works. Deep down, I'm just saying that basically the website CTR obviously increases when you have the right visuals on the website. The attention span of customers has reduced drastically. Today, when I meet clients, a lot of them ask me for 15 to 30-second videos. Nobody wants anything more than 30 seconds because a lot of people today have, most people I know at least have 2 phones. So you're always on the phone, you're distracted. Having content I think is very crucial, but at the same time I think brief content, to the point content, you know. So a lot of content we create today, even if it's a corporate, whether it's a manufacturing firm, whether it's FMCG, whatever it is, a lot of content created is very short. Of course we shoot for 2 days, but ultimately what goes on their website, what works for them is shorter content, which is in the time frame of, let's say, 15 to 30 seconds. More engaging and brief, to the point. I generally am not a guy who entertains. There are a lot of companies I come across who have a 40-year history. I rather talk about the future than talk about the past. You know, I'm kind of more oriented towards talking about what the USPs we have, the future is better spoken than the past. So I try and keep it to the point, and a mix of videos. What I mean by mix of videos is generally the content that we're creating these days is mostly a mix of 1 minute, 30 seconds, 15-second videos, depending on what the client wants. Stock photos, I think a lot of people I come across a lot of people in the website medium where you use stock photos. Nothing wrong with it. A lot of clients don't have the resources to do a photo shoot. There's nothing wrong in using stock photos, but it gets a little generic. You tend to see the same photos on many websites, which is not a very exciting thing, in my opinion, as a visual person. So we have come up with certain packages. If anybody here is interested, you can reach out to me. My phone numbers are there in the last slides. Clicksmiths.media website is there. So we are kind of trying to strategize a solution where we can offer you content at a reasonable price. If you have a client who wants to, rather than using stock photos also don't come all that cheap. I think Shutterstock and other places sell stock. I've not been buying stock from Shutterstock for quite some time now, so I don't know how they sell. I think it's in the range of around $20, $15, $25. So even if you want to do a customized shoot for 2 hours or 3 hours, take some proprietary images of the person or of their office particularly, we can come in and help you with that. Indian stock footage is very limited. It's a very known fact. A lot of content out there is mostly European, which is again a big hindrance, I would say, for Indian markets. So again, we can stand in and help you to create some local content. The visual world, I say, is very subjective because what I like, the client may not like. What the client likes, I may not like. It's a very subjective industry, and I personally, we've done more than 400 plus assignments, and we're confident that there is no secret formula for creating content. Every industry, we've been filming a lot of content for a lot of industries, and a lot of, for example, when you do a film for IKEA, or when you do a film for Lufthansa, or biotech industry, or FMCG, the approach to filming them or to creating content for them is very different from each other. I'm sure you must be, you as web designers or must be working with different kinds of industries. So what I'm trying to technically tell you here is that, sorry, signal lost. Okay. There's a loose connection. Right. Oh. Sorry about that, guys. So what I was driving at is that we can stand in not only to just create videos, we also kind of ideate. We have a team which can write script. We put in the right research before we do a shoot. So all of these things to put together. Social media is abuzz with content. We can create the right content for you. Again, like I said, every industry is different. We work with more than 400 plus assignments. So I personally believe that every industry has a different requirement, and the treatment in terms of visuals has to be different. So we can help you with that as well. Content is at the heart of the most marketing strategies. Interviews, be it product videos, corporate films, product shoots. We can do it all for you. What is the definition of the right content? It's a very vague thing. I can't really put a definition to it. It depends on what the client wants. At the end of the day, it's very individual and subjective, like I said before. AI, I think, is a much talked about topic in today's context, artificial intelligence. How is it changing the industry of photography and video? To a large extent, I think creating highly customized image recognition tools. AI is pretty good. I myself have not dabbled so much with AI. It's just come in, so we've used it on a couple of projects. I'll just show you this one. But I personally believe that AI-powered tools are on the rise, and especially for image editing and so on. But the future, I think, is a blend of AI and human creativity. AI alone, I don't think, can define photography in the future. I think the human perspective will still be there. A classic example is the next slide I'm just showing you. This is something which we did just last month, a photo shoot for a furniture company. Now, as you can see, the chairs were shot in a studio. This is a very high-end luxury furniture. Now, how you integrate that? The art director wanted to put the chair in a Miami beach. So we shot it in a proper normal studio in Bengaluru, and then later we had to just punch in some text in the Photoshop beta version, the new version that has come up with AI, and we just asked it to put it on the beach, and of course with some small minor tweaks, the image you can see is pretty good. So, but the photograph of the furniture was obviously taken by us. So I think it's a mix, like I said. The future is human creativity as well as AI combined, probably would be the future of photography. A few slides just to show you what we do. This is architectural shoots. Primarily, we've done a lot of shoots for interior designers, architects, and people like that. We shoot for real estate companies. Bloom Hotel, this is one of our clients. We've done a film for them. Hotels and resorts. Of course, people and corporate shoots. A lot of people headshots, corporates require photography, which we do. Models, branding shoots, as well as shoots for model portfolios, fashion products. A lot of product shoots, from missionaries to anything and everything. So it's there on the website. I think we have separate sections for each category on the website. You can take a look later. Industrial shoots. You can reach me. This is my website, and clicksmiths.media. And those interested to talk to me can do so. These are the two numbers, 6361246817. And my email is support@clicksmiths.media. It's there on the website too. You can connect with me on Facebook. We have a page, or on Insta. My handle is Sumesh_Senan. Not so active on social media for various reasons. So, but you can always try and reach out to me. I don't know whether you will connect or not, but that's you'll have to try. I'm open to any questions you may have later. So I guess it's been a brief presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me after the. Is that okay? Thank you so much for listening. I'm on time, right?
Yes. Thank you, sir. I think we all can agree that that was quite an interesting topic, and I think we all can agree pictures can speak a lot more. Over to Zana.
I'll just give the intro and then you can. Yeah, just. Yeah. Once I've done the introduction, I'll just call you on stage and then you can start. Do you want to stay here? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So today we'll be starting with our next section, which is going to be, the topic's going to be on crafting a roadmap to success, effective project management. So in this talk, you'll learn essential WordPress project management techniques, tricks for keeping your clients happy, and how to create a workflow that keeps everyone on the same page so you can deliver on time, within budget, and without compromises. Our speaker for this session is Meher Bala, is the COO, Chief Operating Officer at KDC Tech Private Limited and a Codable expert. She is a front-end developer specializing in WordPress. She takes care of building and maintaining premium websites for clients and delivers them within tight deadlines. A strong communicator, a highly motivated, Meher is equipped with a sharp understanding of business. She has worked with multiple brands and agencies to build their dream website for over 15 years. Apart from her remarkable talent for understanding clients and delivering the best to her clients, she is also highly motivated, organized, and proactive. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Meher Bala.
Hello, 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 hello. Okay. No. Yeah. Give my phone. Give my phone. Hey everyone. Good lunch? I'm not getting sounds. Sleepy? Rice made everyone sleep? So how are you all enjoying WordCamp? First WordCamp Bangalore. Good, bad, not good? Hello, hello. How many of you like lunch? Hands up. Not bad. Good. Okay, since you all are a little sleepy, I will start. Let's do this in a fun way. Okay, so my talk is about how to start and end a project without cutting down, without compromising on quality, your budget, and sticking to timelines. I'm Meher Bala. I'm a CEO of KDC. I'm an expert at Codable, and my specialization is front-end development. So we all, whether be a freelancer or whether be a agency, we all have one project or two projects which we estimate to finish in 1 month or 15 days, and it lasts about 6 months to a year with additional cost, client upset, and quality not perfect. So let's see how to try and get a project delivered in the right time, right phase, and the budget. It is difficult, but it is not impossible. So first is start with your proposal. When you get a project, when someone contacts you, talk to the client, ask them each and every point. Even if the client doesn't have a time, get time from them. Ask all the possible details, because a lot of times clients don't know what they want. They just want a web page, they want their presence online. Go through each and every detail, explain to the client, do you require this? Do you require this? Make the proposal so clear that you have each and every aspect covered. There should not be any scope creep once the proposal accepted, you all start working and the client says, I thought this was this and you all thought this was this. So it's better in the start of your proposal only. Make sure you cover everything. Set expectations with the client. Tell your client your project will take so many days, will have this much of budget because of this. If the client says, no, I don't have so many days, but I want all the features, say, realistic, that's not real. Explain to the client, even if the client gets upset. Because one thing what I have realized, if you're honest with the client and if the client knows that their project will cost 6 months or 3 months, they will understand you. Because if you're not honest with the client, then you'll have a lot of issues later on. So when you talk to the client for the first time, don't overpitch yourself. A lot of us just overpitch and set extreme high expectations. And when the project is not delivered, the expectations, the client and the project gets on a little sour terms. Don't let that happen. Clients do appreciate honesty, whether it's being an Indian client or an international client. If you explain them, they will appreciate your honesties. And if they don't, that is one red flag you should keep in mind. Because if the project goes ahead, you may have the client interfere in every step of your way. Then instead of 1 month, it will automatically go to 6 months. Because in the initial stages, you all didn't catch that red flag. A lot of times these red flags are not easily detected, but keep patient, talk to the client and get everything crystal clear. So a lot of times we as project management don't involve our team because we've done so many projects, let's estimate the new one or let's scope the new one based on the past experience. No, get your team involved because your team is the backbone of your projects. You may not be aware how many projects they are working on. So if you get your team involved from the start, they also tell you, okay, you estimate a design may take 3 days. But after seeing the how complex the design is, the designer may be like, no, because it will go through 5 iterations or it will go to 10 iterations. I need 3 weeks. Because when they tell you 3 weeks, you don't tell the client 3 weeks. You tell them 5 weeks or you tell them 6 weeks. Because Because a lot of times what happens when we commit to 3 weeks and then something happens, or one project, you need to concentrate on an urgency basis, you need to shift your entire team on a issue. You don't know how to calculate it. So buffer your time and tell your client. If the team says 3 weeks, give it 6 weeks. Get your team involved. Set deadlines and assign tasks early. Once you create the proposal, you know each and every concept. The design has this element, the design wants slider, the design wants rotating images, the design wants effects. The page should scroll with when the user goes down, some animation should come up, some pop-up should come up. So when you have everything scoped out, make deadline for each task. Even if it is a minute of the minute, like installing a theme, setting up hosting, setting up domains, setting up a test site, getting your connectivity. If you are doing WooCommerce, get your Stripe accounts, test each and every, try and set a deadline to it. Give your team members the task early so they know, okay, fine, this I'm not good at. Let's find examples and let's try and work on it before I actually get it on my plate. Or, they can also okay, I need 3 months, but let me start, I need 3 weeks, let me start 1 week earlier. Because I know I will do a lot of iterations. I have already 3 projects which I'm currently going on. So give them timeline, let them decide. Because when they plan, your execution will be less. So once your proposal is accepted by the clients, once you've got the project, your team is on it. Next what? Next, as a project manager, you just communicate with the client? No. Project communication is very important. Select a project management tool. Select a tool which your team likes. Because end of the day, they are the key ones who are going to update on a daily basis, on a hourly basis, on a weekly basis. Set weekly meetings with the client and the developer. First, set it with your team so that you know what is pending, what is done, what issues are there, if any issues are there. And after the team meeting, the next day or the next 2 days, talk with your client. Because if you talk first with your client and you don't have any updates, then it's difficult for you, like client will ask what's the update. You'll be like, this was 1 week back update. So first have your meeting with the team and then have your meeting with the client. Tell your team if they face any issues. Take 2 days to solve. If they cannot come up to you or come up to anyone in your anyone in the community and ask them. Because not everyone knows everything. You are going to face hurdles, but if you take that one problem and sit for 6 days, you wasted 6 days. If you communicate with a team member, they may not give you solutions, but ideas there. The thought process starts working. Everyone will start processing, okay, can we do it this way? Can we try this approach? Some approaches will work, but tell your team to give you that flexibility that, okay, if you don't know, don't know. It's not the end of the world. Not everyone knows everything. So this I've seen in a lot of projects. The project starts and once the client sees the development, okay, this is nice. Can we add this feature? Or can we make, do this way? First, I would always say avoid it. But if it is not possible, which 60% of the clients don't listen, go back to your drawing board, recalculate your scope, see if it affects your budget, see how it affects your team's timeline, see what compromises it. Don't compromise quality. Just because you're adding a new functionality doesn't mean you take out time and money of another component. Try and keep your project quality to the best, because when you maintain the same project, it's a least hassle for you and your team. Because when you start compromising on quality, then your maintenance is double times harder than what it actually is. Plan for delivery. So now you know your project is 90% complete. Next week is your delivery. Make sure your team has all access, be it hosting access, be it domain access. Try and see the double verification code, mobile number, you have it with you, not the client, because if they are in a different time zone, getting the OTP, it is going to be a problem. Make sure you have everything with you. Don't keep anything on the last minute. Okay, this revision is this one spelling mistake is there, I'll correct it, on the day of the launch. Or this comma is missing, I'll correct it on the day of the launch. Don't, because on the day of the launch, you'll be so busy with a lot of other things, you will miss it. Once the launch is done, test, and test. Because a lot of times people like, okay, staging works. It should work on inside. But sometimes staging works, development goes a 365 turn. So test and make sure that each and everything is proper before you tell the client, okay, everything is fixed, your project is live. And as a lot of people in my codable community have told me, don't deploy on Friday. Because you deploy on Friday, if you have issues, Saturday, Sunday, your team will be sitting and solving problems. They will be telling you, oh, this is my family time. Oh no, I'm supposed to go out, but the deployment is finished. My work responsibility is done, but there are bugs. So don't deploy on Friday. Try and deploy either on Tuesday or Wednesday, so you have buffer of days. If there are any problems or if your client says this is not working, you have time to fix it, and it's not pressure on your team. Oh, I have to tell my family I cannot come here, or on your holiday open a laptop and sit. I have deployed a lot of my websites on Friday, and I have got that pinch. So once the project is live, client is happy, everything is working. What next? Document everything. A lot of things a developer does which doesn't tell the project leader, they have changed this code, or they have created a child theme and they have made this modification. Tell your developer to document each and every process, because if the developer leaves the next day or 6 months down the line, at least you know what the developer has done. The new developer doesn't need to go through everything. Document as much as possible. Before the project went live, the client wanted new features, you said no. Now, the project is live, everything is going well. Look at the new feature. Create a scope, create a timeline, and then tell the client, okay, now this is what you requested. These are the changes which we'll make. This is the timeline, this is the cost. Don't forget that feature which they had asked for. Because 6 months down, then the client will be like, oh, I had asked for this, what happened? So keep a notification of keep a document of all the features which is required, and once the project is live and your team is a little relief, get that out. Last is evaluation. Document all your learnings. Ask your client about the way the project went, what they found we could do better, or what they found that was the best in the way the project was delivered. Ask your team members. If your team member said, okay, we missed this, we estimated this timeline wrongly, can we get a better estimate in next project? Make that note, because each project helps you to get better in your next and your next and the next. a little planning can go a long way. That planning, if you take 7 days, then 1 day, and if you can achieve it in your budget, in your timeline, it's more better than giving a proposal in 1 day and extending it for 6 months. So I always believe a little planning can go a very long way in all the projects. That's it. Thank you very much for attending it. These are you can contact me on Twitter, LinkedIn, my website, and KDC's website. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. May everyone please settle down for the next speaker. Good evening, everyone. Our next speaker is Mr. Arun Basil-Lal. He will share his experiences in building WordPress products and the invaluable lessons he has learned along the way. His insights will help you navigate your own WordPress journey and also turn your dreams into reality. Over to you, sir.
Hello? Can you hear me at the back? Yes, we can. Thank you, Amrita and ChatGPT for that wonderful intro. You know me very well. Okay, that was not funny. I want to do a joke before I begin. I thought Meher did a wonderful job and warmed us all up, and I was hoping a lot more of you will leave for the GoDaddy iPad giveaway. So thank you for being here. No, I hear it is a bit delayed, so if it feels like I'm a bit nervous, that's because I am. So please. Okay. My name is Arun Basil-Lal. I am originally from Cochin in Kerala, but now I live in Devanali, which I tell my friends in Kerala is Bangalore, but if you are from Bangalore, that's like Hyderabad or Andhra Pradesh. Okay, that is funny. Yeah, I'm making progress. Okay. I started my WordPress journey in 2007. I started building WordPress websites. And then in 2017, I switched to building WordPress products. The main reason was something Meher described. It is really hard handling clients. You need to learn a lot of things and do a lot of things right to make a project happen. But before all that, let's talk about this word solopreneur. Solopreneur sounds fancy, but before we used to say freelancers. And the recent trend of people building, there is a community called indie developers, indie hackers. So they came up with this word solopreneur, but if you look around, we have solopreneurs all around us. A good example that I'm going to use because the time is appropriate is a tea seller. This person sources his or her raw materials, makes tea, handles finances, cleans up. There is a whole MBA what happens in tea business, and we have seen MBA chai, and we have seen other MBA people talk about tea in that spirit. I'll try to bring that to this talk. So when you look at a tea vendor, there are some obvious benefits. The overheads are very low. He has a push cart, he or she has a push cart, and there are no employees, so there is no salary, no overheads, no payroll, nothing like that. There is a lot of freedom. You might see this person one day, you might not see this person for the next few days. That's fine. And there is a kinship that you try to build with this person. You might know their story, and you might know where they're from, what their struggles are. You might know those things. So those things I try to do in my solopreneur journey. I will talk more about that during the session. When I switched from building websites and started building products, there were two actually obvious, not so obvious things, but two things that came up. One thing was I was not solving the same problem twice. So when you're building websites, no matter how big your agency is, you will definitely have to redo some things. It might be installing themes. It might be exciting when you install first theme, second theme, but how exciting can installing your 100th or 200th theme be, right? When you're building a product, you solve a problem, and then you don't have to come back to it ever. That is one highlight in building products. The another one is that when you're delivering services, your income is in direct proportion to the number of hours you spend. When you are building products, your income is a function of how big the problem you are solving and how well you are solving it. So that sounds a bit fancy when you say it like that, but it can go both ways. When with services, at least when you have a client, you'll get a fixed income. This one could go up infinity, and it could also go down to zero. There are two big advantages for being a solopreneur that are not so obvious. I spoke about some of the obvious advantages before, like low overheads and things like that. The two big advantages is that you can tackle problems that are not big enough for a big team to tackle. Let's say and you can enter smaller markets. Being a big fish in a small market is an interesting thing because you can be done with the product. You don't have to build updates or updates. There can be a product that is complete. You might have to update your PHP compatibility at a later stage. You might have to do support, but the product in itself can be completed at some point. The second big advantage of being a solopreneur is that you can do things that are not possible at scale. For example, something that is incredibly valuable for me, something I offer whenever I feel like it, is I do video calls as support. So if the user comes up with a problem, I say, can we get on a Zoom call and do a video call? There is a different aspect to this. We'll come back to it later as well. I have a book recommendation for you. It's a book called Company of One. This book speaks about successful solopreneurs who have been able to build huge enterprises by using automation, small tricks and tricks that they have learned along the way. And it also discusses about the downsides, because this is not a perfect lifestyle, right? It discusses the lifestyle downsides of this model, and it also talks about how they have handled it. So it's a source of inspiration for you. We'll talk about discovering and validating a product idea. It looks like people are leaving for the GoDaddy event, but that's okay. So we'll talk about discovering and validating a product idea. I'll give you 4 broad ideas. Most of them have worked in my experience, and a couple of these are short, they're bound to work for sure. The first one is to port a latest technology into WordPress. I'll give you a very quick example. ChatGPT and AI are in the trend right now. If you build a plugin with ChatGPT and AI, in WordPress, you're bound to be successful. You will argue that there are all the plugins that do that, yes, but in the very early stages, you don't have to be the first mover. You will still be successful doing that. You'll be surprised how quickly you get active installs, how many media will cover you, and the publicity that you will not work for, that will come on its own. Me and one of my friend, we worked on a PWA plugin called Super PWA, and at that time it was the trending thing. It is still quite new. PWA after even 5 years, it's not as common as it should be. So we went from 0 active installs to about, like, the first 1,000 came in a matter of weeks, 10,000 came in a matter of maybe a few months. It was huge progress in the beginning. The second strategy is to pick a proven product and then make it simpler and better. Some broad areas could be translation plugin. How many of you have used translation plugins? Would you recommend that for a beginner? Is it an easy to use plugin? Another example is backup plugins. It is incredibly useful for everyone, but it's, for some reason it is quite complicated even today. So these are proven areas where I can see the numbers on active installs on repository. Another example is here. Is quite complicated and quite dynamic, but there is a market for simpler, smaller products which won't have the massive success, but as a solopreneur that will be great for one person or maybe a very small team. Another option is to build for e-commerce. Like if you look at, there are some companies that do WooCommerce add-ons. That is their whole business, and they are very successful companies. Because with WooCommerce, you are dealing with a business. You are selling B2B basically, and businesses are always happy to pay for a product, good money for a product that improves their efficiency. Recent example is building WhatsApp notifications as a plugin in WooCommerce. I mean, not very recent, but in the last few years. So when I always please we get a status update on WhatsApp, that kind of thing. You could look at Shopify and see what's happening there, and just bring that technology about that offering into WordPress. There is not a good one in WordPress already. A good place to look for trends in WordPress is the plugins repository. So if you go here, you will see all the newest plugins based on the date of it was added to the repository. I will be sharing the link to the slides at the end, so you don't have to browse it right now. You can just take the slide. So this will give you an idea of what new is coming to WordPress and what's happening. You can visit a source of inspiration. I'm not saying go copy the code and do something. But let's say there are 10 plugins coming into a sector, you know something is happening, you can do more as a starting point for ideas. Okay, let's say you have a product idea. Now, this building an user-friendly WordPress product has been the key to success in all the products I have been involved with. As developers, we tend to make it more technical and present a very complicated image to the user. This is not the sample size of WordPress ecosystem. If you look at the 50% of the web that runs WordPress, most people would have never gone to WordCamp. Most people don't know how to install WordPress, but they are still using WordPress. And they don't need to know when something technical has happened. You don't have to show this is updated or this was, you have generated a manifest or a service worker or something like that. If you look at caching plugins, they are incredibly complicated to configure, but does the user care about all these things? They wouldn't even know or care to read about a lot of these things. They want it to work. So building that user friendliness into the product will disrupt a lot of spaces where we have successful plugins right now. And if you have the skill to do that, it is great. But if you don't have that, you don't have to worry about the skill that you can train and add to your technical caliber. I forgot one thing in terms of building a user-friendly product. Let's say you don't have the skill, you are not already trained in this process. There is one technique that a lot of industries will also use it. It's called user testing. So user testing can happen in 2 ways. You could test with an existing customer, that is one way. So like I said, every time I get a support request where they are describing a problem and it's not possible to reply with a simple email and solve it, I ask them if they can explain the problem on a call. And what I do during the call is watch them use my product, show me the problem, and I ask them if they can be vocal about it. Listening to this will give you a lot of ideas. One call with a customer, you will get enough ideas for the next few months. If you are not in that stage, you can test your product with a friend of yours. But one thing is, when you are asking a friend to review a plugin, you definitely want to do a video call. Because you want to see what this person is doing. And try not to guide them. Instead, ask them to do something. Probably the purpose of the plugin. Ask them to do that. And watch them install a product try to find where a settings page, because you might have ideas where a settings page is supposed to be. You might have your own ideas. You might have added it somewhere else. This person might be spending 30 seconds to a minute trying to find that. So that is the first experience of a user with the product. You can solve that immediately. It takes one change in your line of code to do that. But as a developer, because you know exactly where it is, you're not aware of this problem to begin with. So I'll share an anecdote. A friend of mine, I did this with a friend of mine. So mine has a free version on WordPress repository and the premium is sold as an add-on. So he installed the add-on without the free version. And now to install the free version, he was not sure how to do it. I had a notice that said how to do it. But you are asking me why am I not able to do it with a kit? And you can do that. It's quite simple to add that. And I'm sure a lot of people would have faced this issue in the past. They would have frustrated, they have tried to find the settings page. Then they realize that you know how to WordPress notification, there are a ton of notifications in the top. So they would have been frustrated, they would have checked the box. That's a whole lot of frustration just to use the product. So a simple one incident of this user testing helped me identify problems like this. Let's talk about selling, licensing and monetization. First, let's get it, how soon should you monetize your product? And from experience, as soon as possible. If you have to wait 1,000 active users is a good number, but I would say have a premium product in building as early as possible. And it doesn't have to be a very big, fully fledged premium product. It could be as simple as adding a export of settings, import and export of settings, or it could be as simple as adding multi-site support. You could sell this for $5, and that some people would be happy to buy that. And if every sale you make, your motivation will go through the roof. You want to add more features and you will keep building a plugin, and as your product improves, you can definitely increase your billing. For selling and licensing, I personally use WooCommerce and handle licensing on my own. But you could use products like Easy Digital Downloads or Freemius, or even you could try marketplaces. My experience with marketplaces has not been great based on what I've learned, but you could try those areas as well. For licensing, I use these two freely available open source software. So one is something you add to a product, you can check with the update server to see if a new update is available, and with this you can handle automatic updates. You will have to add licensing somewhere in between, but it is not too complicated, it's very well documented. And the good thing is once you figure it out, you can copy the same thing to every one of your plugins. Let's talk about marketing. Okay. When the main source of traffic for you in the beginning, I'm doing a freemium model for mine, and mostly you have to know WordPress.org. You could do content marketing. We had a talk this morning about content marketing. Content marketing is something you definitely have to do. I recommend starting to write one document a week. You don't have to do much more than that with ChatGPT and things like that. Writing document is quite simple lately. Another area which I focus is email marketing, where my approach is to be honest with my customers as possible and tell them the story. And apparently there is a community that is being built around it. I told them what challenges I faced, why was the release that I promised last month delayed by a month, things like that. Delivering exceptional support and customer service. So this is something that you have to learn. You have to learn to communicate first, and then you definitely have to learn the inside out of customer support. We have a friend here who handles 450 customer support tickets a day with automation and things like that. You could talk to him, or one thing is there are plenty of support boys available. Get a support boy, work in a support boy for a year. You learn all the tips and tricks. You don't have to sound corporate or robotic. Being authentic is very rare, and that's something you can use to your strength. And the final part is in your life cycle. Let's say you have been working on a product, it's going very well. You don't want to work on this product anymore for various reasons. You can think about exiting your product. Thing is, what you have worked on all these years, would have an intrinsic value of its own. You could find a buyer who has who shares the values, and they would be happy to pay good money for your product as a total project. So that is it for me. Thank you for listening. And you can find the slides at bit.ly/WordCamp Bangalore 2023. And that's my Twitter. If you have questions, I'll be around. Thank you.
One small announcement, guys. There is a panel discussion happening in the 4th floor. It's the last panel discussion for the day. So if you're interested in that, you can go attend it right now. Remove this. The next lightning session is lightning 14. Can we have everyone's attention, please? Can everyone settle down? Am I audible? This is the 14th lightning session of the day. We have Amit sir speaking about improving core web vitals for WordPress websites. He will be talking about how to measure and improve core web vitals of a website, developing techniques, and also a no-code way of achieving the same for WordPress websites. Over to sir.
Hello everyone. Good evening. So I'm going to talk about improving core web vitals for WordPress. How many of you have heard of this term, core web vitals? Everyone, right? No. Anyways, so I've been working with WordPress for a long time and working with websites for even longer, right? Currently I run a company called as WPoets, and we work with SaaS companies to improve their not improve, but basically manage and run the whole of their websites. So, since I'm going to talk about core web vitals, improving core web vitals, it's important to first understand what is core web vitals, right? So what happened is, few years back, Google wanted to, measure how do you manage the performance of a page? They wanted to improve web in general. So being Google, they decided to categorize the experience that user has when they see a website into certain parameters, and these parameters are basically based on three things: how fast a page loads, how responsive the page is, and when I responsive, when a user interacts with the page, what kind of how fast it gives the response, right? And finally, what is the total so basically the visual interactions, right? How much of the website is shifting left, right, and center, right? So these are the three parameters they decided to measure, and to measure these parameters, right? And they did measure, and they saw that if you improve these parameters, right, user engagement improves. And some case studies like the one with Redbus, where just by improving the visual shifts of the page, they were able to significantly increase their ticket bookings, right? Or the one with Netzwelt, right, where the page views increased. What basically Google said that if user engagement, if Core Web Vitals improves, user engagement improves, and business matrices improves, specifically for e-commerce, right? And since they have to sell more ads, they wanted the sites to load more faster. So how do you measure Core Web Vitals? One of the easiest solution is, if you are on Chrome, right, open the console and go to the Lighthouse tab. It will give you a way to measure Core Web Vitals for your website. The other tool is, of course, Page Speed Insights. It's provided by Google itself, again. And this one gives you the data based on the real user interactions. So it gives you about 30-day-old data, an aggregate of 30-day-old data, right, to show how your users, when they're interacting with the site, what is they are actually experiencing in real time. Well, the data is not real time, right? And the third is DT Matrix, right? And webpage test.org. These are 4 tools that you can use. There are more, but these are the 4 more popular tools. All of these we use when we are dealing with improving Core Web Vitals tricky situations, right? Usually page speed is good enough. So question was, how do we improve it, right? So this talk I am going to split into 2 parts. One is developer focused, being in WordPress, themes and plugins, if they are built correct the first time, right, then a lot of effort required to improve Core Web Vitals can be taken care of. And the other is, what if you are not a developer and still want to improve Core Web Vitals? What all the things you can use to do that? So for developers, right, if you have to improve something, you have to know what it's constitute of, right? This score, right, is V9, V8 and V9 of Core Web Vitals. So few months back, Google used to measure these 6 parameters to give you a Core Web Vitals score, right? And if you notice, total blocking time, cumulative layout shift, and largest contentful paint, they are the biggest chunk of your page performance, right? Now, Google has reduced this list to these 5 parameters, right? It's FCP, speed index, LCP, TBT, and CLS. Still, LCP, TBT, and CLS are the major chunks in the Core Web Vitals performance score calculation. We are going to see how to improve on these all 4 parameters. Speed index is something that Google decides based on the page speed that it is getting on a aggregate, right? So this is something, so see, speed index is cumulative of bunch of other things. So let's focus first on cumulative layout shift. What exactly cumulative layout shift is? If you have seen some of the old sites or if you have experienced long enough, nowadays you will find very less of this happening, right? so less that it will be difficult to see visually for yourself, while Google might say that you have a CLS happening, right, when it's measuring. So this is example, like image being loaded, right, when a page is being, image or ads coming up and shifting your paragraphs. So that's layout shift, and Google measures the entire page layout shift. So it's not just one image it is looking at or just above fold. It's looking at entire page wherever the layout shift is happening, and it's calculating it, and then it's saying, giving you that score. So how do you handle cumulative layout shift? So primarily cumulative layout shift is all about width and height. If you can define width and height so that the shift does not happen, even if the data, your image or your fonts load later, you will get perfect score on that, right? So primarily you have to ensure that you have a specified width and height properly for all your elements on the page. But since it's WordPress and we are building themes, we don't know. We don't control every aspect of what user will put on the page, right? But the CLS will get impacted. So the CSS that we use for images, etc., is to put aspect ratio and width and height, specify max width, give height, and these things. The other is fonts. The major pain is fonts. I mean, images you can still control, but fonts, getting the CLS 0 for fonts is very, very difficult, right? So what this technique is talking about is, even though we are loading the Lato font from the web, we have created a size, we have used these two parameters, size adjust, accent override, to get to the nearest, right, to the nearest size possible, as close to what if Lato was preloaded, whatever the font size would have come in on the page. You basically control that by using these fallback mechanism, so that when page loaded, by using the default font, in this case Arial, right, the width, height, everything is pre-calculated. So when the Lato font actually loads, right, the shift is very negligible. So this is one way. So primarily when we are looking at CLS, 2 or 3 things are pain. One is images or embedded videos, right, ads, fonts. These are the 3 things that will give you the maximum pain when you are dealing with CLS. Control them and you are sorted with CLS. You can actually achieve CLS 0 if you put little bit more effort on your theme. LCP, largest contentful paint, right? This is the largest in the visual area of your browser, the first fold of your browser. Whichever thing is the largest and whatever time it takes to load, that's the calculation of largest contentful paint, right? In this example, the background image, right, is the LCP. So it is going to see how long it took to load that background image, the text, and the fonts, everything, right? So that's what LCP is all about. And only way to improve on LCP is to prefetch, preload. You prefetch things that you are going to use within the first fold and preload them. So if it is images, preload them. If it is CSS, prefetch them. So these are the only thing you need to do. Preload, prefetch in your CSS, and you are sorted. How you implement in a theme where featured image is to be used is thing that you have to figure out, right? Other thing is, do not include scripts in head tag directly. Why? Because while this is being parsing, your LCP is not being loaded. The background images may not get loaded. So do not include your script tags in this. Inline them. If it is critical for your first fold, inline them. Lastly, we are going to look at first contentful paint. FCP is still important, right? And the FCP, the only way, the speed index I was talking about is also dependent on FCP score. So you have to reduce your server response time, right? So FCP is not something you can control by doing something on your theme or plugin. It is something that has to be taken care at very early stage of servers. Of course, apart from this, there is this rendering blocks like using scripts, CSS, etc. in the header. Too many of those scripts and CSS in your header, right? So avoid them. And of course, pre-connect the origins. Pre-connect the origins means, let's say you are going to include some CDN, third-party CDN domains, right? Then there is a DNS connectivity time that is spent for the first time, right? When browser requests a resource from a domain, there is a DNS connection request required. HTTPS connection, TLS is required, right? Handshake is required. These things can be pre-done if you know, if you are aware of it. WordPress does this by default for few domains, but and if you enqueue your CSS or JS files that you are using for CDNs, it takes care of this. But if something you are not enqueuing, then you have to take care of pre-connecting the origins. The biggest, when we are dealing with CLS, right, the biggest challenge is TBT, or total blocking time. Completely dependent on your JavaScript that you are using on your site. And if you remember both the calculation parameters, this is the 30% thing. So if you can get this thing right, you will be very high. You will start scoring very high. People cheat here, and this is where a lot of people cheat as well, right? The solution to this thing, right, is a fake widget, right? Which means, let's say you have to include a chat widget. The moment you embedded a chat widget in your page, it's going to impact your TBT, right? So how do you ensure that these chat widgets do not impact your TBT? You include them, you pretend to include them, right? And then when user interacts with them, that's when you load them, right? So if you see chat, only when user clicks, the window opens. So why do you need to include everything, all the JS, everything, before user clicks on it? What percentage of user are actually going to click on that chat window, right? So it's better to include those things later on. So this is called fake widget. Basically, you pretend that the functionality is there when it's not actually there till user actually goes and interacts with them. If you Google for this, you will find various solutions on how to do the fake widget thing. Other is async and defer for your scripts. Any JS file that you are including in your site, either async it or defer it. If you ask me, ideally you should defer it. You should not be asyncing. Why? Because async still blocks the main flow, while defer goes all the way to the end before getting executed. A JavaScript that is deferred gets executed at the end. The only challenge with defer is if sequence is not right. So the way you are including your scripts and sequence is not right, it will give error, right? So defer is not easy to do unless you control your theme completely. But if we can get to defer, then at least TBT will not be your major. It still will be, because there's some JavaScript that you have to include or run, right? But this is the easiest solution to improve your TBT. Of course, third-party scripts, different third-party scripts. Every time you include a Java analytics code, right, or some tracking code, which is what most people use on website as a third-party scripts, they all add to your TBT. So how do you defer them, right? Solution via, article that I was reading. Basically, it is load these scripts when user interacts with your site, right? What are these things? When a click is happening on the site, when user is scrolling, when a touch happened, a keyboard was pressed, a key was pressed. These are the events that get fired, and you can load those scripts at that point of time. So you know now user wants to interact with your website, right? So load those scripts later on. So for example, chat widget. Prefer to use a chat widget under this than a fake widget, right? If user is not going to even scroll on my page, what's the point of loading those JavaScripts and just letting him wait, right? Let the user interact with my site and then include these things, right? So this is something that has been introduced by Google now in March 2024. They will make it one of the parameters in Core Web Vitals, and you should wonder why they are introducing this, right? They are introducing this to counter these things, these tricks that people started playing with your site to get better scores, right? Instead of writing better code, they started using these tricks, right? Or when I say they, I'm talking me as well, right? We started using these tricks. जब तक यूजर इंटरेक्ट नहीं करेगा हम कुछ लोड ही नहीं करेंगे. Okay? So what user said, what Google said? Okay, so we will not anymore measure your these things, but instead when user interacts, when the next paint happens, right? Which means the time between user clicked on a button and user saw something on the screen. The time duration between these two things is what we'll measure. So now let's take an example of that fake chat widget. Fake chat widget, the moment I clicked, next action of the after the click is a widget being opening. Now this duration of click to widget open, right? That is what Google is saying I will measure. So if you are now going back to server getting some data, Google is now measuring your time, how much time you took to do that, right? So that's what interaction to next paint time is. And this is cumulative, which means if on your page user is going to do 10 actions, 10 clicks at random places, right? And your site is going to do some action on those, it is going to count all those times. And whichever is slowest is going to be used to give you the INP score, right? So to improve INP, right, hacks not gonna work. You have to rewrite your JavaScript. There's no way around it. So when you are writing your scripts, take care of what you are doing, right? Some suggestions as of now, because INP is still new, people are still experimenting on how to get around these measurements, is to reduce your DOM size. Because bigger the DOM, more time it will take to figure out to do the paint, right? So reduce your DOM size is one of the key things going to be, because even if you rewrite your JavaScripts, there's only so many things you can do. After that, you need to let that time be, right? So you'll have to think everything on the screen, every interaction on the screen before you can improve on INP. Luckily, in most cases, in most sites, INP is good, and the INP is going to give you major pain on mobile optimization and not really on desktop optimization. Because on desktop, things are going to move faster. The execution is actually fast, even for JavaScript. But on mobile, that's not going to be true. And improving INP on mobile is going to be the real challenge. So what can you do if you can't write code? Except for INP as of now, right? You can use these plugins. Any of these plugins will help you improve your Core Web Vitals scores without you have to do a lot of these things. Like all of them apply, let you do the interaction-based JS, third-party JS includes combining them, caching them, a lot of other things they do to ensure that your Core Web Vitals are good. And I cannot, I cannot recommend this enough. Use Cloudflare APO. They are the best as of this moment when it comes to helping you improve your first FCP and the server response time. So even if you are on a bad server, if you go through the Cloudflare APO, the server response time is going to improve. So use this. And understand this. When I said, remember speed index. So speed index is when a browser hits, when a browser starts loading your site, it is sending multiple requests to your servers to get lot of data, right? And every request has a time penalty on your site. You, by using these Cloudflare APO, you are going to reduce time across all resources so that your total page speed time goes down. So it's not just first request, it's all the requests that your site is going to make till it hits the ready state, right? So Cloudflare APO is going to help you with that a lot. So how we improve Core Web Vitals at WPoets, right? We start from hosting. The most important thing when you are doing Cloudflare Core Web Vital optimizations is to get to the right hosting provider. Don't go with the cheap ones at all, right? At WPoets, we generally host at VPSs, right? We don't use other shared or managed services because we provide those services, right? But hosting is the most critical component when it comes to page speed optimization. A lot of people ignore that, right? And while all other parameters are looking good, the speed index is not looking good. That's because people do not think hosting as a critical component in your page speed optimization. So start from hosting, then of course we build, right? So we build things from scratch, so we take care of all those elements that I talked about upfront in the theme and plugin development stage at the earliest stage. And then if our customer target audience is outside India or across multiple countries, then we also introduce Cloudflare APO into the mix. Because I can put a server at one location and the latency based on where the user is accessing my site is going to be high. So I want to make sure that when the Core Web Vital measurements happen, right, from Google, whatever area it is, it gets the nearest data from the nearest server. These are some of the reference links, right? If you want to learn more about these techniques, some code samples that you saw, all of them are here explained in detail in these articles. And since we don't have questions, if I have time, I'll take questions, otherwise I'll wrap. Do you have time? Huh? Okay, if anyone wants to ask questions, otherwise we'll wrap. Yeah. Hi, good. My first advice always to all these theme providers, plugin providers, to please pay attention to Core Web Vitals. While it's not important for your plugin, people who are using your plugins and themes, it's very, very critical. So if you put these, like for example, JavaScript, if all of these guys decide to use differ, luckily with 6.3 WordPress, right, differ will be easier to implement. Life will become easy, right? Situation like yours, when you are trying to use different plugins and they are not going in sequence when you try to differ, right? The other is you have to get your hands dirty, right? Out-of-box solutions don't exist when it comes to Core Web Vital optimizations. I told you those 3 plugins, whatever they give. After that, you have to get your hands dirty, right? And with INP coming into the mix, there is nowhere around it. Even if you are using a plugin whose JavaScript is not optimized, you are going to get penalized. Remember that. While plugin developer may or may not decide to fix it, it's your responsibility to fix it. So when you are picking plugins now, you have to also get them to certify that their INP is good, right? So that's what Google has changed with this simple introduction of INP, right? A JavaScript coming whether from a plugin or a theme is going to screw up your happiness when it comes to Core Web Vitals. And as you all know, Google is giving a lot of weightage to Core Web Vitals when it comes to page ranks, especially on mobile. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's why I said they are going to track anything and everything that's been clicked on your page, right? So you have to trick all the clicks, not one click, first of all, right? Now to trick it, you have to rewrite your JavaScript. That's what I said. Trick will happen, right? People will try to trick it, but that can only happen when you rewrite your JavaScript. So not without the help of a developer you can trick it. So just implementing some shortcut using, let's say a plugin comes in and so you activate the plugin and INP will improve. That's not going to happen. You have to improve your JavaScript. You have to demand your plugin providers to improve their JavaScript. There's no running way around it. Lowest. Lowest. How many click events you do? Only one, right? But the real user is going to still interact with your site. No, it does not do the first. It calculates all the interactions that are happening on your site, right? And then it is giving you that score. On the average or on the first one? All interactions. There is no average, there is no... The lowest one. See, if a user is clicking on a page 10 times, right? It is going to calculate the time, all the 10 times, and whichever is lowest will be taken up. There is no average here. And it's not one user. Please understand, it's not one user. It's all users that are interacting with your site. So if someone sitting far-flung with a slow internet, right, and that guy is interacting, even that might end up impacting your INP. So this is they trying to make life difficult for cheats, right? Because I'll tell you, for LCP, I had seen this hack in wild, where what people will do, will put a blank image, 1 pixel by 1 pixel image. Give it a full width, 100% width, 100% height, so that it is the biggest image on your viewport, right? First viewport, first fold, and it will be a transparent image. Now for Google, for a machine, this is like biggest LCP, and it's a transparent image, but just because it's 1 pixel by 1 pixel, this is very fast. So now Google says the LCP, the largest content on your site is, is done, right? LCP is done. When in reality it is not, right? So these are the hacks people use. That doesn't mean you are doing the right job, right? It's just that Google is going to take some time. Maybe you will fool it for 6 months before someone will figure it out, and they will say, okay, if it is 1 pixel by 1 pixel, discard, pick it off, and you are back to penalties. We ourselves have this issue when they changed from 9 to 10, when they removed one of the inputs. Across board our ratings went down because TBT, as I said, is not very easy to control. It depends on a lot of parameters. So then we had to rework across all our sites, rework on those performance parameters again to improve them back, right? So that's what happens with Core Web Vitals, and I purposely took both those screenshots to make sure you guys understand that Core Web Vitals is not one-time job. Google is learning and it is changing the goalpost every few months. So if you thought you got the one trick right and you improved it, congratulations. 6 months down the line, go back to the screen again and test it again. Don't assume that you have tested it once. When the site went live, the job is done. Right? Cool. Yeah, thanks guys.
I hope he's answered everyone's questions, and due to crunch in time, we cannot take any more questions. I call upon Ankita for the next speaker, the last speaker of the day. She will be the MC for the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good time. We are at the last session, the lightning session, and the last topic is about the power of micro actions. And in this session, we will discover the transformative power of micro actions and how they can empower with individuals with ADHD to thrive in their personal and professional lives. The speaker here today, Navneet Saraf, he is a product manager who has masterminding the celebrated Smush and Hummingbird plugins. Today, we hope he shares lightning lessons from his journey that could help shape our individual paths and societies at large. Sir, I request you to come up on stage and delegate the session.
All right, thanks for that introduction. I hope I'm audible, guys. Sorry, I have a habit to say that because it's become a habit because of all the remote work and the Zoom meetings where I'm not audible to a lot of people. So just want to ensure that I'm audible. So hello guys, sorry, I know you must be very tired. It's the end session, it's the last session, but I won't take long, I promise. And so I'm here to tell my story, although I'm not here to tell my story. I'm here to talk about ADHD, which has become a story of a lot of us. So let me get right into it. Let me give you some stats. So 3 to 7% of all school-aged children are facing ADHD today, worldwide. And they carry this with them throughout their adult lives. A lot of them carry it all through their adult lives, and it's more like a spectrum. But let me tell you what ADHD is not. It's not a disability, right? So let me tell you more about that, but let me tell you how I discovered ADHD, right? It's funny. I discovered it late into my life, as many of us do, and it was embarrassing, but it was nice, nevertheless. So I was on this Tinder date with a psychologist, and I was 30, about 30 at that point. And we're talking about things, and she discovered some symptoms, right? So, like while we were talking, she just discovered some symptoms. It was funny, like she was observing me, I did not know that I was getting observed. Like, okay, I might be getting judged but not observed like that. And so we hung around for a while. Few months down the line, we like, you know what, I'd like to tell you something. I think, you know, you got symptoms of ADHD. Would you like to just go through a little test? Like, sure, why not? Like, we spoke about a few things, and everything she spoke about did resonate with me, and like, sure, let's just go through it. And turns out I was actually ADHD symptomatic. So I have lived with it for 30 years of my life, and now I discover I've got ADHD, which was eye-opening, but it was also very empowering. If I can give you an analogy, like if you are heading down a road and there's a pothole, and you see the pothole, or you don't see the pothole but you trip over it, then that's not a problem of you, it's the problem of the pothole. The problem is you did not know how to steer around it. Now somebody just told you about this pothole that exists in your life. All you need to do is find ways to steer around it. It's when you get to know your problems, you know how to solve them better. That's the thing. So let's move on to the next one with this point, and that's about turning ADHD into an advantage. Once you know the problem, you know how to sort of really handle the problem, right? A lot of biggies. I don't have the right numbers, maybe about 70% of top CEOs, if I can say that, it's a major number. We're facing ADHD. And as Steve Jobs mentioned, think different. Like he has a very popular 2-word quote saying, think different. And he actually came from his own personal experience. It's something that he was facing through his life. It's well known that Steve Jobs had ADHD, and a lot of other successful people had ADHD, and they turned it to their advantage because they could think differently. They could identify patterns which others could not. They could do a lot of things which would be termed as out of the box for a regular person without these symptoms. So it can really work to your advantage. It can be your blessing in disguise, and this is something that could actually work in our favor instead of working against us. Let's sort of get a few tidbits. I don't have a long talk, so I'm trying to keep it short. But some strategies for thriving when you have ADHD, right? You can actually have micro strategies and turn them into micro actions. So the first thing is set intentions, what you want to do. What do I mean by set intentions? Set yourself goals, set yourself things that would make you feel happy once you achieve them. But don't set like too larger goals. Try to keep it small, like try to see happiness in little things. Okay, I'm gonna sort out my cupboard tomorrow. All right. Okay, that might be huge. I'm gonna sort out a drawer in my cupboard tomorrow. Can I do that? Let's try it at least. So make an intention, and don't just make an intention, actually document that intention. So it brings more clarity and more affirmation into what you intend to do. A lot of people do to-do notes. Trello is something that has been working really well for me lately. And just build yourself cards of things you want to do, move cards, and that's all sort of gives you a gamified experience. When you're moving cards from to do to done, you're like, okay, I'm done with this. So that's something that you can sort of celebrate. So, you know, from a cupboard to a drawer, and then you can put out 2 shelves, and this is all about chunking. So chunk it down, chunk a bigger problem down into smaller little problems that you can take one at a time. Keep solving them one at a time, and as long as you keep taking actions, you will actually inch towards your goal, and you will be much closer to your goal. If not, maybe you might not score 100 on it, at least you'll score an 80 or a 90, which is still better than nothing. But this will actually get better with time. Once you sort of make it a habit, the discipline will actually make you go further than 100, not just 100, by the way. So yeah, that comes from experience. I'm actually managing Smush and Hummingbird plugins, and things have worked for me. If not, then I could not have been able to manage these multi-million user plugins for such a long time. So these are like little things, but they can actually take you a long way from my experience. It may or may not work for you, but you know, you have to devise things that actually work for you in your case. It's very specific to your own needs. Spend a lot of time meditating, observing yourself. Just observe your own behavior, your own feelings, and tailor-make your own strategies and play with them. Experiment with your own strategies, right? And see what works for you. If something doesn't work, leave it aside, move to something else, try something different every time. So I was talking to someone, and he's been actually doing the same. Although he might not have found the secret sauce yet, but at least he's trying. That is something that will take you forward. So I read something that is, what is stress? Stress is not something that is not being able to do something. So I want to get it, but I'm not getting it. This is not what's causing you stress. I want to achieve something, but I'm unable to achieve it. This is not the primary reason that's causing you stress. What's causing you the stress and anxiety is inaction. As long as you keep acting upon something, you will one day or another find progress. And that will keep your stress levels down, that will keep your anxiety down as long as you're acting upon things. So, again, once you move from to do to done, once you see little wins happening, celebrate those wins. And don't just stop there. Okay, hey, I achieved this today. Now I am done. Now I can go ahead and party. And don't just keep celebrating, right? You have to keep stepping forward. This is done. What do I expect to do next? What did I intend to do next? Set intentions, make progress, make it a habit, and that is what will bring you, that will make you a winner rather than being a bystander and observing your life pass by. Okay. So, again, little advice. If I had one advice I had to give to all of you is set small, achievable goals. Don't make it like too huge. Like, okay, I'm gonna do it. But you know from your past experiences that things have not worked for you. So set small goals. Make sure they're achievable. Like the drawer example again, and celebrate when you reach them. To sum it all up, this is the gist of it. I could go like more elaborate. I could give you something more actionable, but keeping time in mind, I'll keep it short. If you have any sort of things to dig into, I'm always happy to. If you want to connect, I'm always happy to sort of discuss. Maybe I can learn from you as well. Maybe you could learn a few things from me. But yeah, so final thoughts again. ADHD is not a disability. It's just a different way of thinking. And as long as we are kind to each other, as long as we understand each other, when you're working with someone, don't be sort of afraid to let your... There are certain limitations, and there are things that work for you, there are things that do not work for you. There are certain structures at work that do not work for me, and remote working has given me a lot of flexibility. It's been a blessing, where I can actually start working when my mind is at its peak, right? So the flexibility and the open communication at work can give you a lot of, and not just work, just being open about how your mind works to others can give you a lot of leverage to make things work your way rather than blindly following structures that have been set by others, because the structures that have been set by others will probably not work for you, at least from my experience. My own structures, my own tailor-made structures for myself has what worked for me the best. And yeah, just be open and just be kind to each other. Just be open and don't try to hide the fact of some neurodivergence that you are facing in your life. Be communicative about it, and that is how you will grow through it and not be entrapped by it. So those are the final thoughts. If you are still interested in ADHD and some humor, I wanted to include some memes, but okay, I didn't have really the time to get it all together. But ADHD Lite, I would highly recommend that Insta handle. Just go ahead and yeah, just scroll through all the reels and the memes they've been posting. ADHD Lite is something crazy. I hope that could help you, that could support you in ways that you look. That's all from me, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Navneet sir, for that engaging, a bit light-hearted, but also inspirational talk. I wanted to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for taking time and being here. I hope that you all leave this room with all the gainful insights and knowledge that you received. Also an important announcement that there is a panel discussion going on in the conference hall upstairs. So if any of you are interested to be a part of it, you can go ahead. So this is your MC Ankita signing off. Thank you all.